Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I was 17 when this happened, and even now, 3 years later, the memory still makes my hands shake when I hold a rifle. My family lived in a remote cabin in the Colorado Rockies, about 40 miles from the nearest town of Cedar Falls. Dad had been taking me hunting since I was 12, teaching me to track, to shoot, to respect the wilderness that surrounded our home. Those trips were sacred to us, just father and son, away from the distractions of civilization, connecting with something primal and pure. It was October 15th, 2021, when we planned what would become our last hunting trip together. The aspens were turning golden, painting the mountainsides in brilliant yellows and oranges. Dad had been planning this particular expedition for months, targeting a remote area called Devil's Canyon, about 15 miles northeast of our cabin. He'd heard reports of a massive elk herd moving through the area, and the promise of bagging a trophy bull had him more excited than I'd seen him in years. "This is going to be the trip, son," he told me as we loaded our gear into his old Ford pickup. "I can feel it in my bones." Dad was 45 then, a weathered man with calloused hands and eyes that could spot movement in the forest from a quarter-mile away. He worked as a logger during the week, but hunting was his true passion. He knew these mountains better than most people knew their own neighborhoods, could navigate by landmarks and instinct, even when the trails disappeared. The drive to Devil's Canyon took us along increasingly narrow dirt roads, each turn taking us deeper into wilderness that felt untouched by human presence. The last road was barely more than 2 tire tracks through the undergrowth, branches scraping against the truck's windows as we bounced over rocks and fallen logs. As we drove, Dad told me stories about the area, how it got its name from the treacherous ravines that could swallow a man whole, how Native American tribes used to avoid it during certain seasons, claiming the spirits there were restless. I'd always dismissed these tales as local folklore, the kind of stories that grew around any isolated place. But as we descended into the canyon, with its towering pine trees blocking out most of the afternoon sun, I began to understand why people might feel uneasy here. The forest seemed different from our usual hunting grounds. Quieter. The normal sounds of wildlife, birds calling, squirrels chattering, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, were muted, as if the very air was thick enough to absorb sound. Even our truck engine seemed to run quieter, the rumble of the diesel motor becoming a whisper. When we finally reached our planned camping spot, a small clearing beside a crystal-clear stream, the sun was already beginning its descent toward the western peaks. Long shadows stretched across the ground, and the temperature was dropping fast. Dad parked the truck at the edge of the clearing, and we both climbed out, stretching muscles stiff from the bumpy ride. "Look at this place," Dad said, breathing deeply. "Nothing but wilderness for miles in every direction." He was right. Standing there in that clearing, surrounded by towering evergreens and jagged peaks, I felt the weight of isolation settle over us like a heavy blanket. Our cell phones had lost signal hours ago, and the nearest ranger station was at least 20 miles away on foot. If something went wrong out here, we were truly on our own. But that isolation was also part of the appeal. In a world increasingly connected and crowded, these wild places offered something rare. Genuine solitude, the chance to test yourself against nature without safety nets or backup plans. Dad had taught me to see this not as a threat, but as a gift. As we began unloading our gear, I noticed something that made me pause. The clearing showed signs of previous use. A circle of blackened stones marking an old fire pit, some fallen logs arranged as makeshift benches. But what struck me as odd was how old these signs looked. The fire pit was filled with ash and debris that seemed like it hadn't been disturbed in years, maybe decades. Moss grew over parts of the stone ring, and the logs were rotting and covered in mushrooms. "When was the last time anyone camped here?" I asked Dad. He looked around, frowning slightly. "Hard to say. Could be years. That's what makes this spot so perfect. We've got it all to ourselves. But something about the abandoned campsite bothered me. If this was such a perfect hunting location, why hadn't anyone used it recently? The area should have been popular with hunters, especially during elk season. Yet everything suggested the clearing had been untouched for a very long time. I pushed the thought aside and focused on setting up camp. We had a lot of work to do before dark, and the temperature was already dropping. Our breath was beginning to show in small white puffs, and I knew the night would be cold, probably below freezing. We worked efficiently, our movements coordinated by years of camping together. Dad set up our two-man tent while I gathered firewood and cleared the old fire pit. The familiarity of these tasks was comforting, a reminder that we knew what we were doing out here. We'd camped in conditions far worse than this, had weathered blizzards and thunderstorms in these mountains. As darkness began to creep through the trees, we got our fire going. The flames cast dancing shadows on the surrounding forest, creating an island of warmth and light in the growing darkness. We cooked a simple dinner of canned stew and instant coffee, the hot food warming us from the inside out. Sitting by the fire, listening to the crack and pop of burning wood, I began to feel more at ease. This was what hunting trips were supposed to feel like. Peaceful, primal, connected to something larger than ourselves. Dad seemed relaxed, too, leaning back against one of the old logs and staring up at the stars that were beginning to appear between the pine branches. "Tomorrow's going to be a good day," he said quietly. "I can feel it." I nodded, sharing his optimism. We'd planned to start hunting at first light, working our way up the ridge on the far side of the canyon where Dad expected to find elk sign. The weather forecast called for clear skies and light winds, perfect hunting conditions. But as I settled into my sleeping bag that night, listening to the sounds of the forest around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from the darkness beyond our campfire's reach. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me tense, straining my ears for sounds that didn't belong. I told myself it was just normal hunting nerves, the hyper-awareness that came with being in wild country where predators roamed. Bears, mountain lions, wolves, they were all out there somewhere in the darkness. But this felt different somehow, more personal, as if whatever was watching had intelligence behind its gaze. Eventually, exhaustion overcame my unease, and I drifted off to sleep, lulled by the crackling of our dying fire and Dad's steady breathing beside me. I woke before sunrise, as was my habit on hunting mornings. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and our breath formed clouds in the frigid air. Through the tent walls, I could see the faint gray light of dawn beginning to filter through the forest canopy. Dad was already stirring, and within minutes we were both up, moving with the quiet efficiency of experienced hunters. The morning routine was sacred to us, building up the fire, making coffee, eating a quick breakfast of oatmeal and dried fruit. We spoke in whispers, partly out of habit and partly because the pre-dawn forest seemed to demand silence. Every sound we made, the scrape of a spoon against a metal cup, the rustle of gear being organized, seemed unnaturally loud in the still air. As the sky gradually lightened, the forest around us began to reveal itself in greater detail. In daylight, our campsite looked different, smaller somehow, more vulnerable. The ring of trees that had felt protective in the darkness now seemed to press in on us, their trunks like dark pillars supporting a roof of interwoven branches that blocked out most of the sky. Dad checked his watch, a battered military timepiece that had belonged to his father. "Sun'll be up in 20 minutes, he whispered. "We should head out soon." We finished our coffee in silence, then began the process of preparing for the hunt. Rifles were cleaned and loaded, ammunition checked and counted. We dressed in layers, thermal underwear, wool shirts, insulated jackets, waterproof outer shells. Our boots were treated leather, broken in over years of use, with aggressive treads for gripping on steep terrain. Dad spread out his topographical map on a flat rock, weighing down the corners with stones. The paper was laminated and marked with pencil notations from previous hunts, a record of successful spots in promising areas. He pointed to a ridgeline about 2 miles northeast of our camp. "We'll work our way up this drainage," he said, tracing a route with his finger. "Should intersect with game trails right about here. If we don't find fresh sign by noon, we'll circle back and try the south face." I studied the map, memorizing landmarks and escape routes. Dad had taught me to always know where I was in relation to camp, to never venture into country without understanding how to get back out. The topography here was complex. Steep ridges separated by narrow valleys, with numerous side canyons that could confuse even experienced outdoorsmen. As we shouldered our packs and checked our gear one final time, I noticed something that made me pause. Along the tree line at the edge of our clearing, about 50 yards from our tent, I could see what looked like deep scratches in the bark of several large pines. The marks were too high to have been made by any animal I was familiar with, at least 8 feet off the ground. And they appeared fresh, the exposed wood still pale and unscarred by weather. "Dad," I said quietly, pointing toward the trees. "Look at those marks." He followed my gaze, squinting in the dim light. After a moment, he shrugged. "Probably bears marking territory. Big Grizzly can reach pretty high when he wants to." But something about the scratches bothered me. They were too regular, too deliberate, and they formed a pattern, 3 parallel gouges about 6 inches apart, repeated on tree after tree along the perimeter of our clearing. It looked less like territorial marking and more like... I couldn't put my finger on what it reminded me of. "Should we be worried?" I asked. Dad considered this, then shook his head. "Bears avoid humans if they can. Making noise, keeping a clean camp, that's usually enough. Besides," he patted the .45 pistol on his hip, "we've got protection if we need it." We set off into the forest just as the first rays of sunlight began to penetrate the canopy, creating shafts of golden light that illuminated particles of dust and pollen floating in the air. The forest floor was carpeted with pine needles and fallen leaves that muffled our footsteps, and the air was clean and sharp, carrying the scent of pine resin and damp earth. The trail we followed was barely visible, little more than a game path worn by deer and elk over countless seasons. It wound through dense stands of lodgepole pine and aspen, occasionally opening into small meadows where we could see patches of sky. Dad moved with the confidence of someone who'd spent decades in these mountains, reading the subtle signs that marked our route. Broken branches, disturbed earth, the way certain trees leaned in response to prevailing winds. We'd been walking for about an hour when we encountered the first sign that something was wrong. In a muddy section of trail beside a small stream, we found tracks, boot prints in the soft earth, but unlike any I'd ever seen. They were huge, at least size 15, but shaped wrong somehow. The heel was too narrow, the toe area too wide, and there was something odd about the stride length that made my skin crawl. Dad knelt beside the tracks, studying them intently. "Hunter, maybe," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Big guy." "When do you think these were made?" I asked. "Hard to say. Could be yesterday, could be last week. Ground's been soft since the rain." But as we continued up the trail, we found more tracks, and they all told the same disturbing story. Someone, or something, had been moving through this area recently, and whoever it was had been following the same route we were now taking. The tracks appeared at regular intervals, always in the muddiest spots where they would show clearly, as if they'd been deliberately placed for us to find. The pattern of the stride bothered me more than anything else. It was too long for a normal human gait, suggesting either someone extraordinarily tall or something that moved in a fundamentally different way than people did. And there was something about the depth of the impressions that suggested enormous weight, far more than even a large man should carry. We reached the ridgeline around mid-morning, emerging from the dense forest onto a rocky outcropping that provided a commanding view of the valley below. The sight was breathtaking. Miles of unbroken wilderness stretching to the horizon, with snow-capped peaks rising in the distance like ancient sentinels. But the beauty of the scene was overshadowed by what we found at the edge of the overlook. Someone had been here before us, and recently. The evidence was unmistakable. A small fire pit built from loose stones, still containing cold ashes. Nearby, we found the remains of what might have been a meal. Bones scattered around the fire, picked clean and cracked open. But these weren't the remains of normal camp food. The bones were too large, too thick, and they'd been broken in ways that suggested incredible strength. "What do you think killed this?" I asked, holding up what looked like a femur from a large animal. Dad examined the bone, his expression growing increasingly troubled. Could be a bear kill, or maybe wolves. But we both knew that wasn't right. The bones showed no tooth marks, no signs of being gnawed by scavengers. Instead, they looked like they'd been deliberately broken, the marrow extracted with surgical precision, and the sheer number of bones suggested an animal much larger than anything that lived in these mountains. Elk, maybe, but bigger than any elk I'd ever seen. We spent several minutes examining the site, trying to piece together what had happened here. The fire had burned hot enough to crack some of the stones in the ring. Whoever had built it had known what they were doing, had taken time to construct it properly. But why build a fire on this exposed ridge, where it could be seen for miles? As we prepared to leave the overlook and continue our hunt, I noticed something that made my blood freeze in my veins. Carved into a nearby aspen tree about 7 feet off the ground was a symbol I'd never seen before. A complex pattern of intersecting lines that seemed to writhe and shift when I looked at it directly. The carving was fresh, the bark around it still weeping sap, and it had been cut deep into the wood with something incredibly sharp. "Dad," I called softly, "you need to see this." He joined me at the tree, staring up at the symbol with growing alarm. Neither of us could identify what it meant, but there was something inherently disturbing about its design, something that made us both want to look away. "We should head back," Dad said quietly. "Something's not right here." For the first time since we'd arrived in Devil's Canyon, I heard uncertainty in his voice. Dad was not a man easily shaken. He'd faced charging bears, survived blizzards, navigated treacherous terrain in conditions that would have killed less experienced outdoorsmen. But something about this place, about the accumulating evidence that we weren't alone, had gotten under his skin. As we made our way back down the ridge, retracing our steps toward camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every shadow between the trees seemed to hide a lurking presence. Every sound made me jump and spin around, rifle ready. The forest that had seemed so peaceful at dawn now felt hostile, alien, as if we'd stumbled into territory where humans weren't welcome. The descent should have taken us an hour, but we made it in 45 minutes, our pace quickened by growing unease. When our campsite came into view through the trees, we both felt a surge of relief. The familiar sight of our tent, the cold fire pit, the truck parked at the edge of the clearing. These things represented safety, civilization, a connection to the world we understood. But as we approached the camp, Dad suddenly stopped, holding up his hand for silence. Something was wrong. I followed his gaze and felt my heart skip a beat. Our campsite had been visited while we were gone. The evidence of intrusion was subtle but unmistakable to eyes trained in wilderness awareness. Our tent, which we'd left securely zipped and properly staked, now showed signs of examination. The rainfly was slightly askew, pulled away from the tent body in a way that suggested someone had lifted it to peer underneath. More disturbing, the zipper pulls hung at different positions than we'd left them. Small details that might escape a casual observer, but Dad and I had developed habits of precision over years of camping in country, where attention to detail could mean the difference between life and death. "Stay alert," Dad whispered, unshoulder his rifle and working the bolt to chamber a round. Could still be around. We approached our campsite with the caution of soldiers entering hostile territory, moving from tree to tree, using cover, scanning the surrounding forest for any sign of movement. Our truck appeared untouched, still parked where we'd left it, keys hidden in the magnetic box under the rear bumper. But our gear told a different story. The camp chairs we'd positioned around the fire pit had been moved, not dramatically, but enough to create a different arrangement than the neat semicircle we'd established the night before. One chair was turned completely around, facing away from the fire toward the darkness of the surrounding forest, as if someone had sat there watching the tree line for hours. Our food supplies, stored in a locked metal bear box, remained secure, but the box itself had been moved several feet from its original position. Given that the container weighed nearly 50 pounds when loaded, this suggested either multiple people or someone of extraordinary strength. More disturbing, we found clear handprints in the dirt around the box, prints that matched the strange tracks we'd discovered on the trail. "What the hell is going on here?" I muttered, kneeling beside the bear box to examine the prints more closely. The handprints were human in basic structure but wrong in proportion. The fingers were too long, the palm too narrow, and the thumb seemed to extend at an unnatural angle. Most unsettling, the prints pressed deep into the hard-packed earth, suggesting hands that had gripped with incredible force. Dad was conducting his own examination of the campsite, moving in careful circles, reading the ground like a book. His face grew increasingly grim as he discovered more evidence of nocturnal visitors. Boot prints circled our tent multiple times, suggesting someone had walked around our shelter repeatedly while we slept. The thought made my skin crawl. We'd been unconscious and vulnerable while unknown intruders moved freely through our camp. "How many?" I asked. "Hard to say. Maybe one person, maybe more. Whoever it was knew how to move quietly. Most of these prints are in soft spots where they'd show clearly, but I'm not finding much sign in the harder ground." This observation was particularly disturbing. It suggested our visitors weren't simply curious campers or lost hikers, but individuals skilled in wilderness craft, people who understood how to move through the forest without leaving unnecessary evidence. The selective placement of clear prints almost seemed deliberate, as if they wanted us to know they'd been here. We spent the next hour systematically searching the area around our camp, expanding our search in concentric circles. What we found painted an increasingly disturbing picture. The mysterious visitors had been thorough in their reconnaissance, examining every aspect of our presence in the canyon. They'd approached our truck, leaving faint scratches on the paint where they'd tested the door handles. They'd investigated our fire pit, stirring through the cold ashes with what appeared to be a stick or branch. Most alarming, we found evidence that they'd watched us from concealment. About 70 yards from our camp, hidden in a dense thicket of pine saplings, we discovered a crude blind. Branches arranged to create a viewing position with clear sight lines to our tent and fire pit. The ground showed signs of prolonged occupation, with compressed vegetation and several cigarette butts scattered around the position. The cigarette butts were a revelation, proof that we were dealing with human intruders rather than animals. But they raised as many questions as they answered. The brand was unfamiliar, hand-rolled rather than manufactured, and they had an odd smell when Dad examined them. Not tobacco, but something earthier, more organic. "Local Indians, maybe?" I suggested, though even as I said it, I knew it sounded weak. Dad shook his head. "Native tribes around here don't use this area for hunting, haven't for generations. Besides, this doesn't feel like traditional activity." He was right. There was something fundamentally wrong about the evidence we were uncovering, something that suggested purposes we couldn't understand. The methodical examination of our camp, the deliberate placement of clear tracks, the hidden observation post. It all suggested planning and intelligence, but directed toward goals that remained opaque. As we continued our search, the forest around us seemed to grow more oppressive. Clouds had moved in while we'd been investigating, blocking out the sun and casting everything in gray shadow. The temperature was dropping, and a wind had picked up, causing the trees to creak and sway in ways that created constant movement in our peripheral vision. We found the final piece of evidence about 100 yards north of our camp, in a small clearing beside the stream where we'd collected water the night before. Someone had constructed what could only be described as a shrine, a careful arrangement of animal bones, stones, and organic materials that formed a complex pattern on the ground. At the center of the arrangement sat a human skull, bleached white and obviously old, its empty sockets seeming to stare directly toward our campsite. The skull was the most disturbing element, not just because of what it represented, but because of its condition. It showed no signs of trauma, no bullet holes or impact damage that might suggest an accidental death. Instead, it appeared to have been carefully cleaned and preserved, treated with something that had given the bone an almost translucent quality. "We need to leave," Dad said quietly, staring at the grotesque arrangement. "Right now." I couldn't have agreed more. Whatever was happening in Devil's Canyon, we'd stumbled into something far beyond our understanding or ability to handle. The shrine represented a level of deliberate malevolence that made my hands shake as I shouldered my rifle. We returned to camp and began breaking down our gear with urgent efficiency. There was no discussion of continuing our hunt, no debate about whether we were overreacting. The accumulated evidence had crossed a line from merely unsettling to genuinely threatening, and both of us recognized that our safety depended on immediate departure. As we worked to pack our equipment, I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, expecting to see figures watching us from the shadows. The sensation of being observed had grown stronger throughout the morning, becoming an almost physical pressure that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. "How long do you think they've been watching us?" I asked as we collapsed the tent. "Could be since we arrived," Dad replied grimly. "Maybe longer. That fire pit at the overlook, what if they knew we were coming? What if they've been tracking us since we left home?" The thought was terrifying, suggesting a level of premeditation that transformed our situation from an unfortunate encounter with local weirdos into something far more sinister. If we'd been targeted specifically, if our movements had been monitored and predicted, then we might be walking into a trap by leaving the relative security of our campsite. But staying was clearly not an option. Whatever the risks of departure, they paled in comparison to the certainty that remaining in Devil's Canyon would expose us to dangers we couldn't even identify, let alone defend against. We loaded our gear into the truck with record speed, our movements sharp and efficient despite the adrenaline coursing through our systems. Dad performed a quick mechanical check: oil, coolant, tire pressure, fuel level, while I secured our equipment in the truck bed. Everything had to be perfect. Breaking down on the remote roads leading out of the canyon would leave us stranded and vulnerable. As Dad started the engine, I took one last look at our campsite. In daylight, it looked innocent enough. Just another clearing in an endless forest, marked only by an old fire pit and some trampled vegetation. But I knew I'd never forget the feeling of menace that had grown around this place, the sense that we'd been tolerated as temporary visitors in territory belonging to something else entirely. The truck roared to life, its diesel engine sounding unnaturally loud in the mountain stillness. As we pulled away from the clearing, I found myself hoping that our departure would end whatever interest our mysterious watchers had taken in us. But deep down, I suspected that leaving Devil's Canyon would not be as simple as driving away. The forest seemed to press in around us as we navigated the narrow dirt road, branches scraping against the truck's windows like grasping fingers. And somewhere in the rearview mirror, I could swear I saw movement among the trees. Dark shapes that might have been shadows, or might have been something else entirely, following our departure with interest that felt anything but benign. The dirt road out of Devil's Canyon proved more treacherous than our inbound journey, partly due to our haste and partly because something fundamental had changed about the landscape itself. Features I remembered from the drive-in, distinctive rock formations, fallen trees, even the shape of certain curves, seemed different now, as if the forest had rearranged itself while we slept. Dad noticed it too, his hands gripping the steering wheel tighter as we navigated turns that should have been familiar but felt foreign. "This doesn't look right," he muttered, slowing the truck to a crawl as we approached what should have been a straightforward section of road. What we found instead was a deliberate obstruction. Someone had dragged fallen trees across the track, creating a barrier that would force any vehicle to stop. The logs were massive, ancient pines that would have required heavy equipment or multiple people to move. Yet they'd been positioned with precision, creating narrow gaps that allowed foot traffic but made vehicular passage impossible. "Roadblock," Dad said grimly, putting the truck in park. "Planned and deliberate." We sat in the idling truck for several minutes, studying the obstruction and the forest around it. The trees created perfect cover for an ambush, their thick trunks and low-hanging branches providing countless hiding spots for anyone who might be watching our approach. Yet we saw no movement, heard no sounds beyond the natural whisper of wind through pine needles. "What do you think?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Dad checked his sidearm, then reached behind the seat for his rifle. "We clear the road, fast and careful. You watch the tree line while I move the logs." But as we climbed out of the truck, we discovered that clearing the road wouldn't be as simple as we'd hoped. The logs weren't just blocking our path. They'd been deliberately secured in place with heavy-gauge wire, twisted tight around anchor points driven deep into the ground. Someone had invested significant time and effort in making this barrier as permanent as possible. More disturbing, we found evidence that we weren't the first travelers to encounter this obstruction. Hidden among the trees beside the road were the rusted remains of an older vehicle, a pickup truck that looked like it had been abandoned for years. Its tires were flat, its windows spider-webbed with cracks, and vegetation was beginning to reclaim its body. But most unsettling was the driver's door, which hung open as if the occupant had left in great haste. "Jesus," I breathed, approaching the abandoned truck. "How long has this been here?" Dad joined me, his expression grim as he examined the vehicle. The license plate was too corroded to read, but the truck's design suggested it was at least 20 years old. Inside, we found personal effects scattered across the seats: a thermos, some maps, a hunting license from 1998 made out to someone named Vernon Kowalski. "Dad," I said, pointing to something that made my skin crawl. "Look at the windshield." The glass was covered in scratches, not random damage from years of weathering, but deliberate marks that formed the same disturbing symbol we'd seen carved into the tree at the overlook. The scratches had been made from inside the vehicle, as if the driver had clawed at the glass in desperation, trying to mark something important before... Before what? We found our answer in the truck bed, hidden under a tarp that had somehow survived decades of mountain weather. Scattered across the metal surface were dozens of bones, human bones, sorted and arranged with the same methodical precision we'd seen in the shrine near our campsite. Among them, we found a wallet containing Vernon Kowalski's identification, a photo of a smiling family, and a note written in increasingly erratic handwriting. Dad read the note aloud, his voice barely steady. "They're everywhere. Watching. Following. Can't leave. Roadblocked. God help me, they're not human. If someone finds this, don't come looking. Run. Get out while you still can." The message was dated September 15th, 1998, over 20 years ago. Vernon Kowalski had encountered the same mysterious presence we'd discovered, but unlike us, he'd never made it out of Devil's Canyon. The implications were terrifying. How many other hunters, campers, hikers had disappeared in this remote area over the years? How many vehicles lay hidden in the forest, their occupants reduced to carefully arranged bone collections? "We're walking out," Dad said quietly, folding the note and putting it in his pocket. "Right now." I wanted to argue, to suggest we could find another route or somehow clear the roadblock, but the evidence before us made such hopes seem naive. Whatever controlled this territory had been operating for decades, perfecting methods for trapping and disposing of intruders. Our truck would only slow us down, make us easier targets. We grabbed essential gear from the vehicle: water, first aid kit, map and compass, ammunition, and began the long hike out of the canyon. The main road was 12 miles away, all of it through increasingly difficult terrain. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a challenging but manageable day hike. But these were far from normal circumstances. As we set off on foot, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The forest around us was completely silent. No birds sang in the trees. No squirrels chattered warnings. No insects buzzed in the underbrush. It was as if every living creature had fled the area, leaving only an oppressive quiet that seemed to muffle even our own footsteps. We'd been walking for about an hour when we encountered the first antler. It was mounted on a broken tree branch at head height, positioned directly beside the trail where it couldn't be missed. The antler was massive, from a bull elk that must have been enormous in life, but it had been modified somehow, sharpened into points and carved with the same disturbing symbols we'd seen elsewhere. "Warning marker," Dad said grimly. "Territory boundary." But as we continued along the trail, we found more antlers. They appeared at regular intervals, each one larger and more elaborately modified than the last. Some had been bleached white, others painted with what looked like dried blood. All of them bore carved symbols that seemed to twist and writhe when viewed directly, making my eyes water and my head pound. The antlers were clearly meant to intimidate, to mark territory and warn away intruders. But they also served another purpose. They were leading us somewhere. The trail of antlers curved away from the direct route out of the canyon, guiding travelers towards some unknown destination deeper in the wilderness. "We're not following their breadcrumbs," Dad said firmly. "We stick to the game trail, head straight for the main road." But as we tried to maintain our chosen route, we discovered that the forest itself had become our enemy. Trails we'd followed on the way in had vanished, replaced by impenetrable thickets of thorny undergrowth. Streams we'd crossed easily now ran too deep and fast to ford safely. Even the topography seemed different, with ridges and valleys that didn't match Dad's carefully annotated maps. It was as if the landscape was actively working against us, forcing us toward the antler trail whether we wanted to follow it or not. Every alternate route we attempted led to dead ends, cliff faces, or terrain too dangerous to navigate. The antlers beckoned from the one path that remained open, their carved symbols seeming to pulse with malevolent invitation. "They're herding us," I realized with growing horror. "Like cattle to slaughter." Dad nodded grimly, checking his rifle for the dozenth time. "Question is, do we let them drive us where they want to go, or do we make our stand here?" The choice was impossible. Following the antler trail meant walking into whatever trap had been prepared for us, but attempting to bushwhack through the hostile terrain would exhaust our strength and leave us vulnerable to attack when we were weakest. We were being given an illusion of choice while being maneuvered toward a predetermined outcome. As afternoon shadows began to lengthen, we made our decision. We would follow the antler trail, but on our terms. Dad took point, rifle ready, while I covered our rear. We moved slowly, carefully, studying every tree, every shadow, every potential ambush site. If we were walking into a trap, we would at least go in prepared to fight. The antlers led us deeper into the canyon, through terrain that grew increasingly surreal and threatening. The trees here were different. Older, more gnarled, their branches forming unnatural patterns that hurt to look at directly. The very air seemed thicker, charged with a malevolent energy that made our skin crawl and our hearts race. And always we felt the sensation of being watched. Not the casual observation of wildlife, but the focused attention of intelligent beings studying our every move, analyzing our strengths and weaknesses, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The antler trail was leading us somewhere specific, and with each step I became more certain that we would not like what we found at its end. The antler trail led us through increasingly alien terrain, where the familiar rules of mountain ecology seemed suspended. Trees grew in perfect circles around bare patches of earth, their branches intertwining overhead to form natural cathedrals that blocked out the sky. Flowers bloomed out of season, their colors too bright, too intense, like drops of neon paint scattered across the forest floor. Even the rocks seemed wrong, arranged in patterns that suggested intelligence but followed no geometry I could understand. As the sun began its descent toward the western peaks, casting long shadows between the trees, We reached what could only be described as an amphitheater. The forest opened into a natural bowl carved from the mountainside, its walls lined with towering pines that formed perfect sightlines to a flat area at the center. The space felt ancient, sacred, like a place where significant events had unfolded for centuries. At the center of the clearing stood a structure that made my breath catch in my throat. It was built from bones, thousands of them, arranged in complex geometric patterns that rose nearly 20 feet into the air. Human skulls formed decorative elements at key points, their empty sockets seeming to track our movement as we approached. The entire construction was held together with sinew and wire, creating a monument to death that dwarfed anything we'd encountered so far. "God Almighty," Dad whispered, his voice barely audible. "What is this place?" The bone structure wasn't random. It had been carefully planned and executed by someone with both architectural knowledge and unlimited access to human remains. The base was a perfect circle, with spokes radiating outward like the points of a compass. Vertical elements rose at calculated intervals, connected by horizontal beams that formed complex patterns when viewed from different angles. But it was the smell that truly revealed the horror of what we'd discovered. The air was thick with the stench of decay, not the clean decomposition of natural death, but something fouler, more deliberate. Hidden among the bones were fresher remains, strips of meat, organs, things that had been carefully preserved and displayed as offerings or warnings. We approached the structure with extreme caution, rifles ready, every instinct screaming at us to turn and run. But fascination overcame fear as we began to understand the true scope of what we were seeing. This wasn't the work of a single disturbed individual. It represented decades of systematic collection, organization, and construction. Someone, or some group, had been killing in these mountains for a very long time. "Look at this," I said, pointing to a section of the bone monument where skulls had been arranged according to size. "They're sorted, organized by age." Dad joined me, his face pale as he studied the grisly display. The smallest skulls were clearly children, arranged in neat rows like a macabre inventory. Adults were separated by gender, with male and female remains forming distinct sections of the structure. The organization was methodical, scientific, suggesting minds that approached murder with the same systematic precision others might apply to building a house. As we circled the bone monument, we discovered that each section was marked with symbols carved into strategically placed femurs and tibias. The same twisted designs we'd seen throughout the canyon, but here they were more elaborate, formed into something approaching a written language. Someone had been keeping records, documenting their work with the pride of craftsmen. "We need to document this," Dad said, pulling out his phone despite knowing we had no signal. "Police are going to need evidence." He began taking photographs, capturing the structure from multiple angles while I stood guard. The click of the camera shutter seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence of the clearing, and I found myself wincing with each shot, certain the sound would draw unwanted attention. That's when I saw them. At first, they were just shadows moving between the trees at the edge of the clearing, dark shapes that might have been branches swaying in the wind. But as my eyes adjusted to the gathering dusk, I began to make out human figures. Tall, impossibly thin, they moved with a fluid grace that seemed unnatural, their limbs bending at angles that suggested either extreme flexibility or broken bones. "Dad," I whispered urgently, "we've got company." He looked up from his photography, following my gaze to the tree line. What he saw made him freeze, the camera hanging forgotten in his hands. They were emerging from the forest now, stepping into the fading light of the clearing with the confidence of predators in their own territory. There were 7 of them, arranged in a loose semicircle that would soon surround our position. In the dim light, it was difficult to make out details, but what I could see made my stomach churn. They wore clothing of some kind, but it hung in tatters from frames that seemed stretched beyond normal human proportions. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, and their movements suggested a familiarity with the bone monument that was deeply disturbing. The tallest figure, clearly the leader, raised one elongated arm and pointed directly at us. When it spoke, its voice carried clearly across the clearing despite the obvious distance. A sound like wind through dry leaves formed into something approaching human speech. "Visitors," it said. The words stretched and distorted until it barely resembled language. "Welcome to our cathedral." Dad raised his rifle, sighting on the leader's center mass. "Stay back," he shouted. "We're armed." The response was laughter, a sound like breaking glass that seemed to come from all directions at once. The figures began to move, closing the circle around us with deliberate patience. They weren't rushing, weren't showing any fear of our weapons. Instead, they moved with the confidence of beings who had performed this ritual many times before. "Weapons are useless here," the leader continued, its voice growing stronger as it approached. "This is sacred ground, consecrated by blood. Your blood will join the foundation." I could see them more clearly now, and what I saw defied rational explanation. They had once been human, that much was clear from their basic anatomy. But something had changed them, stretched them, twisted them into forms that retained human intelligence while abandoning human limitations. Their fingers ended in claws that looked sharp enough to cut steel, and their teeth had been filed into points that gleamed wetly in the dying light. "The canyon chooses who may leave," another voice called from the shadows. "The canyon has not chosen you." They were close enough now that I could smell them. A mixture of decay and something else, something chemical that burned my nostrils and made my eyes water. It was the smell of preservation, of bodies that had been treated with substances that prevented normal decomposition while allowing consciousness to persist. Dad fired a warning shot into the air, the rifle's report echoing off the canyon walls like thunder. For a moment the figures paused, but rather than retreating, they seemed amused by the display. "Noise," the leader observed. "How delightfully primitive." That's when I realized the true horror of our situation. These weren't wild animals or deranged humans operating on instinct. They were intelligent, organized, and completely confident in their ability to handle any resistance we might offer. They had been doing this for decades, perfecting their methods, learning from each encounter. We weren't their first armed visitors, and we certainly wouldn't be their last. "Run," Dad said quietly, never taking his eyes off the approaching figures. "On 3. Head for the trees on the north side. I'll cover you." "I'm not leaving you," I replied, though my voice shook with terror. "You'll do as I say," he said firmly. "Someone needs to get out, needs to tell people what's happening here. That's you." The figures were less than 50 yards away now, moving with that same fluid grace that defied normal human locomotion. In the gathering darkness, their pale skin seemed to glow with phosphorescent light, and their eyes reflected what little starlight penetrated the forest canopy. 1. Dad counted quietly. I gripped my rifle tighter, knowing that running would likely mean abandoning him to a fate too horrible to contemplate. But staying would mean both of us becoming additions to their bone cathedral, our remains carefully sorted and incorporated into their grotesque monument. 2. The leader raised its hand again, and the other figures stopped their advance. For a moment, the clearing was frozen in tableau, predators and prey facing each other across ground consecrated by decades of murder. 3. The moment Dad shouted, "3!" everything erupted into chaos. I broke left toward the tree line while Dad opened fire on the approaching figures, his rifle cracking repeatedly in the confined space of the amphitheater. The muzzle flashes lit up the clearing in stark, strobing light, revealing glimpses of our pursuers that my mind struggled to process. They moved unlike anything human, flowing between the gunshots with liquid grace, their elongated limbs bending in ways that defied anatomy. Dad's shots were finding targets. I could see the impact of bullets striking flesh, but the figures absorbed the damage without slowing, dark fluid streaming from wounds that should have been fatal. "Go! Go! Go!" Dad shouted, working the bolt of his rifle to chamber fresh rounds. I reached the tree line just as the first of our pursuers closed with Dad. Even from 30 yards away, I could hear the sound of claws on metal as it tried to tear the rifle from his hands. He rolled away, drawing his sidearm and firing point blank into the creature's torso. The .45 caliber bullets punched through its body with wet, tearing sounds, but still it kept coming. Part of me wanted to turn back, to help him fight, but Dad's final order had been clear. Someone had to escape, had to carry word of what was happening in Devil's Canyon to the outside world. If I died here, all evidence of this place would die with us. I plunged into the forest, branches tearing at my clothes and face as I ran through undergrowth that seemed designed to slow and entangle. Behind me, the sounds of combat continued. Gunshots, inhuman screams, and Dad's voice shouting challenges that grew increasingly desperate. The forest at night was a maze of shadows and obstacles, every root and branch a potential trap for running feet. I had no flashlight, relying instead on what little starlight filtered through the canopy to navigate the treacherous terrain. My rifle slowed me down, but I couldn't bring myself to abandon it. It might be the only thing standing between me and the same fate that had befallen Vernon Kowalski. I'd been running for maybe 10 minutes when I realized the gunfire had stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound of battle, because it suggested that Dad's resistance had been overcome. The thought hit me like a physical blow, sending me stumbling against a tree trunk where I fought down the urge to vomit. They would be coming for me now. Whatever those things were, they wouldn't be content with a single victim. The Bone Cathedral suggested they were collectors, gatherers who took pride in completing their sets. As long as I remained free, their work would be unfinished. I forced myself to start moving again, trying to remember Dad's lessons about wilderness navigation. Without compass or map, my only reliable guide was the slope of the terrain. Water flowed downhill, and following water would eventually lead to larger streams, then rivers, then roads. But in the darkness, even identifying slope was difficult, and I found myself repeatedly climbing when I should have been descending. The forest around me felt alive with malevolent intelligence. Every shadow could hide a pursuer, every sound might herald an attack. I tried to move quietly, but panic made stealth impossible. Branches cracked under my feet, leaves rustled with my passage, and my own breathing seemed loud enough to attract attention from miles away. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I heard them behind me. Not the crashing passage of human pursuers, but something far more terrifying, the soft whisper of movement through undergrowth, barely audible, but getting steadily closer. They were tracking me, following my trail with the patience of experienced hunters who knew their prey couldn't escape. I tried to increase my pace, but the terrain was becoming more difficult. The slope was steepening, broken by ravines and rocky outcroppings that forced me to detour repeatedly. Each change of direction might be taking me further from safety, deeper into the wilderness that was their domain. A sound ahead made me freeze, the distinctive crack of a breaking branch. I dropped to a crouch behind a fallen log, rifle ready, trying to control my breathing as I strained to identify the source of the noise. For several minutes, nothing moved. Then I saw it. One of the pale figures was standing less than 20 feet away, perfectly motionless between two large pine trees. In the darkness, it was barely visible, but its unnatural stillness marked it as clearly foreign to the forest environment. It was waiting, watching, testing my nerves. I remained frozen behind the log, knowing that any movement would trigger an attack. My rifle was loaded and ready, but Dad's experience had shown that conventional weapons were of limited effectiveness against these creatures. Still, it was the only advantage I possessed. Minutes passed in tense silence. My legs began to cramp from the awkward position, and I knew I couldn't maintain this standoff indefinitely. Worse, where there was one pursuer, there were likely others. I might be sitting in the center of a trap, surrounded by creatures waiting for me to reveal my position. The decision was made for me when I heard movement to my left. Another figure approaching through the undergrowth. In seconds, I would be caught between them, with no room to maneuver and nowhere to run. I had to act. I rose from behind the log and fired at the nearest figure, working the bolt rapidly to chamber a fresh round. The bullet struck center mass, spinning the creature around but not dropping it. It released a scream that sounded like tearing metal, then launched itself toward my position with inhuman speed. I fired again, this shot taking it in the head and finally dropping it to the forest floor. But the sound of gunfire had given away my position to every predator in the area, and I could hear them converging on my location from multiple directions. I ran. The next hour became a nightmare of flight through hostile terrain, pursued by enemies who seemed to know the forest better than any human could. They herded me like wolves hunting deer, appearing at strategic points to cut off escape routes, forcing me to move in directions they chose. I was being driven somewhere specific, towards some predetermined destination. My ammunition was running low. Only a handful of rounds remained in my rifle, with perhaps a dozen more in my jacket pockets. At the rate I was encountering pursuers, I would be defenseless within minutes. But still I ran, driven by the desperate hope that I might reach help before my resources were exhausted. The forest began to thin as I climbed higher into the mountains, the dense pine stands giving way to rocky terrain dotted with stunted trees. The change in environment offered both advantages and disadvantages: better visibility but less cover, easier movement but nowhere to hide. It was in this rocky landscape that I made my final stand. I reached the edge of a cliff just as dawn began to break over the eastern peaks, painting the sky in shades of gray that barely illuminated the nightmare landscape below. Behind me, the rocky face dropped away into darkness, a fall that would certainly be fatal. Ahead, the pale figures emerged from the tree line with the confidence of predators who had cornered their prey. There were 5 of them now, moving with that same fluid grace that defied human anatomy. In the growing light, I could see them more clearly than ever before, and the sight made my hands shake as I raised my rifle. They had once been human. That much was undeniable. But something had transformed them into creatures that retained intelligence while abandoning humanity. Their skin was translucent, revealing the dark network of veins beneath. Their limbs were elongated beyond normal proportions, joints bending at angles that should have been impossible. Most disturbing were their faces, which retained enough human features to be recognizable while being utterly alien in expression. Their eyes were completely black, reflecting light like polished obsidian, and their mouths were filled with teeth that had been filed into sharp points. "End of the trail," the leader said, its voice carrying clearly across the rocky ground. Nowhere left to run. I backed against the cliff face, rifle trained on the nearest figure. "What do you want?" I demanded, though I already knew the answer. "What we have always wanted," it replied. "What the canyon demands. Blood for the foundation. Bone for the cathedral." They began to spread out, moving to flank my position. I had perhaps 3 rounds left in my rifle, with maybe 8 more in my pocket. Against 5 opponents who had demonstrated resistance to conventional weapons, the mathematics were hopeless. "Your father fought well," another voice added with what might have been admiration. "His strength was impressive. His bones will hold a place of honor in our construction." The mention of Dad sent rage coursing through my system, temporarily overwhelming the fear that had been driving me through the night. These things had killed him, had added his remains to their grotesque monument, and they were speaking of it like some kind of honor. "You murdered him," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my own voice. "We transformed him," the leader corrected. "As we will transform you. Death is only the beginning of service to the canyon." They were close enough now that I could smell them. That mixture of decay and chemical preservation that had marked them from our first encounter. Up close, their unnatural nature was even more apparent. These weren't living beings in any sense I understood, but something that existed in the space between life and death. I fired my first shot at the leader, the bullet striking it in the chest and staggering it backward. Dark fluid sprayed from the wound, but within seconds the creature was advancing again, the hole in its torso already beginning to close. Futile, it observed. We are beyond such simple harm. My second shot took another figure in the head, dropping it to the rocky ground. But even as it fell, I could see movement in the wound, tissue beginning to knit itself back together with unnatural speed. The third shot went wide as the remaining figures rushed my position simultaneously. I had time to chamber one more round before the first creature reached me, its clawed hands grasping for my throat. I fired point blank into its face, the muzzle flash searing my own eyes. The impact destroyed most of its head, sending it tumbling backward, but the others kept coming. I swung the rifle like a club, the steel stock connecting with bone and flesh that felt wrong under the impact. Claws raked across my jacket, tearing through the heavy fabric and scoring the skin beneath. I rolled away from the cliff edge, using the rifle's length to keep some distance between myself and my attackers. But they were faster, stronger, and completely without fear. One of them grabbed the rifle barrel, its superhuman strength threatening to tear the weapon from my hands. I held on desperately, using the creature's grip to pull myself closer, before driving my knee into what I hoped was a vulnerable area. The impact sent it staggering, but others were closing in from different angles. That's when I heard the helicopter. The sound was faint at first, barely audible over the sounds of combat, but it grew steadily stronger. Someone was coming. Rescue, or at least witnesses to what was happening in Devil's Canyon. The pale figures heard it too, their black eyes turning skyward with what might have been concern. "Impossible," the leader hissed, its voice losing some of its earlier confidence. "No one comes to the canyon. No one finds this place unless we allow it." But the helicopter was definitely real, its rotor noise echoing off the canyon walls as it approached our position. I used the distraction to break free from my attackers, scrambling across the rocky ground toward a position where I might be visible from the air. The pale figures seemed uncertain for the first time since our encounter began. They moved with less coordination, their attention divided between me and the approaching aircraft. Whatever power they wielded in Devil's Canyon, it apparently didn't extend to controlling the outside world's intrusion into their territory. I reached into my jacket and pulled out the emergency whistle Dad had insisted I carry, a device designed to signal rescue aircraft. The shrill blast cut through the morning air, hopefully loud enough to guide the helicopter to our exact location. The response was immediate. The helicopter changed course, swinging toward the cliff where I stood. Below its cockpit, I could see the distinctive markings of the Colorado State Patrol, and hanging from its side was rescue equipment that suggested this wasn't a routine flight. The pale figures were retreating now, moving back toward the tree line with obvious reluctance. Whatever they were, whatever power had sustained them in the depths of the canyon, they apparently couldn't operate openly in the presence of official witnesses. "This isn't over," the leader called as it reached the edge of the forest. "The canyon remembers. The canyon always remembers." Then they were gone, vanishing into the forest with the same fluid grace that had marked their approach. Within seconds, it was as if they had never existed, leaving me alone on the rocky ground with my torn clothes and empty rifle as the only evidence of what had transpired. The helicopter circled twice before finding a place to land on a relatively flat section of the cliff. 2 state troopers emerged, followed by a medic who immediately began checking me for injuries. Their questions came in rapid succession. Who was I? How had I gotten here? Where were the other members of my party? I tried to explain, but even as I spoke, I could hear how insane my story sounded. Pale creatures that absorbed bullet wounds, bone cathedrals built from decades of murders, my father killed defending our escape. It was the stuff of nightmares, not police reports. "Son," one of the troopers said gently, "you've been through something traumatic. Sometimes the mind creates explanations for things we can't understand." But they took me seriously enough to organize a search, calling in additional aircraft and ground teams to scour Devil's Canyon for evidence of what I'd described. What they found was enough to launch one of the largest criminal investigations in Colorado history. The search teams found our abandoned truck first, still parked beside the roadblock that had forced us to continue on foot. The barrier itself was exactly as I'd described. Massive logs secured with heavy wire, positioned to trap vehicles while allowing foot traffic to pass. But it was what they discovered in the surrounding forest that transformed my account from the ravings of a traumatized teenager into the foundation of a federal investigation. Vernon Kowalski's truck, with its cargo of carefully arranged bones, provided the first concrete evidence that something terrible had been happening in Devil's Canyon for decades. The forensic team that examined the remains confirmed that they were human, representing at least 15 different individuals of various ages. More disturbing, several of the bones showed signs of deliberate modification, carving, sharpening, and treatment with preservatives that prevented normal decomposition. The search for Dad's body led them to the bone cathedral I described, though what they found was far worse than even my traumatized account had suggested. The structure was massive, constructed from the remains of dozens of victims accumulated over what the forensic anthropologists estimated to be at least 30 years. Hidden chambers within the construction contained preserved organs, clothing, and personal effects that told the stories of people who had vanished without a trace. But of Dad himself, they found no sign. His rifle was discovered near the cathedral, along with spent brass casings and blood evidence that confirmed a firefight had taken place. Yet his body was nowhere to be found, leading investigators to conclude that he had either been taken alive or his remains had been removed for purposes they didn't want to contemplate. The pale figures I'd described were never found, despite extensive searches using thermal imaging, tracking dogs, and ground-penetrating radar. The forest showed signs of recent habitation, cave systems that had been modified for human occupation, underground chambers stocked with preserved food and primitive tools. But whoever had been living in Devil's Canyon had vanished as completely as if they'd never existed. The official investigation lasted 8 months, involving multiple federal agencies and forensic experts from around the country. What they uncovered painted a picture of systematic predation stretching back generations, a cult or clan of individuals who had claimed Devil's Canyon as their territory and eliminated anyone who intruded upon it. DNA evidence recovered from the Bone Cathedral identified victims from across the western United States, people who had disappeared while camping, hunting, or hiking in remote areas. Missing persons cases dating back to the 1970s were suddenly connected to the horrors found in that isolated canyon, providing closure for families who had spent decades wondering about the fate of their loved ones. But many questions remained unanswered. Who were the perpetrators? How had they evaded detection for so long? Most importantly, where had they gone, and would they strike again elsewhere? I spent 3 weeks in a Denver hospital, recovering from exposure, dehydration, and the psychological trauma of what I'd witnessed. The doctors were amazed that I'd survived at all, given the conditions I'd endured and the distance I'd covered on foot. But they had no explanation for some of the evidence I'd brought out with me. Scratches on my jacket that showed no sign of tearing, as if the fabric had been cut with blades sharper than any known tool. The media attention was overwhelming. My story became national news, spawning documentaries, books, and countless internet theories about what had really happened in Devil's Canyon. Most focused on the human perpetrators, treating the case as an extreme example of cult behavior in isolated areas. Few gave credence to my descriptions of the pale figures and their unnatural abilities. I didn't blame them. If I hadn't lived through it myself, I wouldn't have believed it either. Mom and I moved away from Colorado 6 months later, unable to live in the shadow of the mountains that had taken Dad from us. We settled in suburban Kansas, about as far from wilderness as we could get while remaining in the continental United States. I finished high school there, went to college, got a job in information technology that kept me firmly in the world of concrete and steel. But I never forgot what I'd seen in Devil's Canyon, and I never stopped watching the news for signs that they might have returned. Over the years, there have been occasional reports that caught my attention. Hikers disappearing in remote areas, campsites found abandoned with no explanation, bone arrangements discovered in places where they didn't belong. Each time I contacted the investigating authorities, sharing what I knew about the methods and patterns I'd observed. Most dismissed me as a crank, someone whose traumatic experience had left him seeing connections where none existed. A few took me seriously enough to follow up, but none ever found evidence as conclusive as what had been discovered in Devil's Canyon. The area itself was closed to public access indefinitely, declared a crime scene, and then later a research site for federal agencies studying cult behavior and organized predation. Guard posts were established at all known access points, and regular patrols were instituted to ensure that no one could return to continue the work that had been interrupted. But I knew it wouldn't be enough. Whatever those pale figures were, whatever power had sustained them for decades in that remote canyon, it couldn't be contained by government barriers and warning signs. They were patient, intelligent, and completely committed to their cause. They would wait, adapt, and eventually find another place to continue their work. 3 years have passed since that October morning when Dad and I drove into Devil's Canyon expecting nothing more than a successful hunting trip. I'm 20 now, working in a climate-controlled office building surrounded by millions of people, about as far from the wilderness as a person can get. But every night when I close my eyes, I'm back on that cliff face, watching pale figures emerge from the forest with predatory grace. I've driven this route through Tennessee more times than I can count, but somehow, everything about it felt hostile that evening. My husband was dozing in the passenger seat, and that left me alone with the darkness outside, the rhythmic slap of wiper blades, and the never-ending twists in the road. Rain misted the windshield, and the fog gathered in dense patches that forced me to lean forward, straining my eyes to penetrate the murk ahead. The trip had started normally enough. We'd left our home in North Carolina around noon on Friday, April 17, 2024, planning to visit my family in Kentucky for the weekend. At 42, I was no stranger to long drives, especially this familiar route that connected our lives. The weather forecast had mentioned possible storms, but nothing severe enough to postpone our journey. By early evening, however, the conditions had deteriorated far beyond what meteorologists had predicted. Something about the night made my nerves feel raw and exposed. It wasn't just the weather, though that was challenging enough with winding lanes and slick pavement. It was a kind of heavy, oppressive quiet in the air. No other cars seemed willing to brave that stretch of road. Every time I glanced at the rearview mirror, I was half hoping to spot headlights, just so I'd know we weren't the only ones out there. But it was all emptiness behind me. Every few miles the fog would momentarily thin, and the headlights would reveal a glimpse of towering trees leaning in on either side, forming a tunnel of branches and dripping leaves. The occasional sign, wet and reflective, reminded me we were still on a state highway. Otherwise, I could have sworn we'd drifted off into some deserted back road with no clear end. The rhythmic static on the radio did little to settle my nerves. Each pop or hiss felt like a whisper suggesting something was lurking just beyond my field of vision. I tried not to wake my husband. He'd been exhausted from a week of overnight shifts at the hospital, and there was no sense in both of us suffering through that drive. Still, part of me wanted to give him a gentle nudge, say, "Hey, something about this place feels wrong," just so I wouldn't feel so alone with my growing unease. But I kept quiet. Instead, I stayed glued to the road, breathing in shallow bursts every time I rounded another tight curve. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that my fingers began to ache. The car's digital clock read 8:47 p.m., but the darkness outside suggested a much later hour. Normally, this section of highway would take roughly 40 minutes to traverse. Tonight, it felt eternal. Each mile marker appeared at glacial intervals, as if the distance between them had stretched impossibly. I focused on my breathing, trying to calm the inexplicable anxiety that had been building since sunset. The radio finally gave up its battle with the mountains, dissolving into pure static. I switched it off, leaving only the sound of rain and the steady thrum of tires on wet asphalt. The silence felt oddly heavy, as if the atmosphere itself had thickened around us. I rolled my shoulders, trying to release the tension that had accumulated there. Just an hour more, I whispered to myself, though I knew that estimate was optimistic given the weather conditions. Just get through this stretch, and things will improve. Around one particularly narrow bend, the trees were almost uncomfortably close to the road. My headlights only illuminated a few feet ahead, leaving everything else swallowed by impenetrable gloom. I slowed the car to a crawl, unwilling to risk a collision with wildlife or a fallen branch. Then, off to the left, I saw movement in my peripheral vision. Maybe 20 feet away, something massive peeled away from the tree line. At first, my brain refused to register what I was seeing. It was as if an entire trunk had stepped free from the rest of the forest. A jolt of unease shot through me, and I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles whitened. My mind scrambled for a logical explanation. Maybe the fog was playing tricks with shadows. Maybe a snagged branch moved in the wind. But whatever it was appeared huge, taller than any living thing has a right to be, and it seemed to vanish back into the darkness in one smooth motion. One moment, there was this towering shape. The next, nothing. I wanted to slam on the brakes and get a better look, but I was afraid the car might skid on the wet asphalt. Besides, I couldn't risk stopping in such an isolated spot with no shoulder to pull onto and no visibility behind me. For a few seconds, I seriously questioned my own eyes. A detached part of me was yelling, "It was just the fog," while another part insisted I'd just witnessed something that didn't belong in any nature guide. My breath came quicker as I pressed the accelerator, motivated by a primal instinct that shouted, "Get away!" Each second dragged until the next clearing appeared, where I spotted a lonely, flickering motel sign in the distance. It seemed like a tiny beacon of safety, a reminder that civilization still existed. I exhaled shakily, thinking maybe I'd just let my imagination wander. The gloom could have twisted a perfectly ordinary tree trunk into something monstrous, right? Then the pang of doubt came roaring back. I'd seen it move. It didn't sway like branches in the wind. It slinked back the way a tall person might step behind a wall. Only this was the height of a 3-story building, maybe taller. No way was that normal. I thought about stopping at that motel, but it looked deserted. Just a handful of rooms with the lights off. It didn't feel any safer than the open road. So I kept going. My husband stirred in his seat, mumbled something about the rain, and drifted back to half sleep. I envied him for a second. I'd give anything not to be so keyed up right now. We pressed on, the road curving again under a canopy of dripping leaves. My eyes kept darting to the side, expecting another glimpse of that shape. Each time the wind rustled the branches, my pulse picked up. But the trees refused to reveal any more secrets. I was tempted to rifle through the radio channels again, just for some human voices. But I realized my hands were shaking too much, and I didn't want to lose focus on the wheel. The digital clock on the dashboard moved with excruciating slowness. 9:15 p.m., then 9:22. The minutes crawled by as if time itself had grown viscous in the dense fog. My eyes burned from the strain of staring into the murk, searching for dangers that might materialize at any moment. Eventually, we came upon a slightly wider stretch, and there was a rundown diner with all its lights off. It was just as desolate as the motel, but the parking lot offered a place to pull over. I did briefly, to calm my nerves. My husband blinked awake, asked if everything was all right. "Just needed a moment," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The visibility is terrible." He nodded groggily, rubbing his eyes. "Want me to drive for a bit?" I wanted to tell him everything. About the strange, towering figure I'd glimpsed. About the irrational fear that had lodged itself in my chest. But the words refused to come. How could I explain what I'd seen, when I barely understood it myself? I just stared at the dripping overhang above the diner's door, half expecting that giant figure to emerge from behind the building. "No, I'm fine," I finally answered. Just needed to rest my eyes for a minute. We didn't stay long. Soon, I was back on the road, forcing myself to concentrate on the dark pavement ahead. I glanced at the clock and realized how little distance we'd covered in what felt like an eternity. Every minute felt stretched and distorted, as if time was slowed down by the anxiety gnawing at me. As the highway wound deeper into darkness, I kept looking into the mirror, certain I'd catch a glimpse of that towering shape following us, only to see fog and empty road. In the passenger seat, my husband stirred again, concerned by my quiet tension, but I just told him I was fine. No point in scaring him until I had my own mind sorted out. The rain intensified, falling in heavy sheets that reduced visibility to mere feet. I could barely make out the white line at the edge of the road. The windshield wipers struggled to keep up, sweeping frantically across the glass only to have their work immediately undone by the deluge. "Maybe we should find somewhere to stop until this passes," my husband suggested, now fully awake and witnessing the severity of the conditions. I shook my head. There's nowhere to stop out here. The truth was, I couldn't bear the thought of being stationary in these woods, not after what I'd seen. Movement, even slow and treacherous movement, felt safer than sitting still. The road narrowed again, hemmed in by steep embankments on both sides. Towering pines loomed overhead, their needles forming a canopy that seemed to trap us in a tunnel of darkness. I felt increasingly claustrophobic, as if the forest itself was closing in around us. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene for a split second, revealing the full extent of our isolation. In that brief moment, I saw nothing but wilderness stretching in all directions. No houses, no other vehicles, just an endless sea of trees swaying in the wind. The subsequent thunder shook the car, reverberating through my already frayed nerves. I tried to focus on practical matters, maintaining a safe speed, keeping the car centered in the lane, watching for fallen branches or flooding. But my mind kept circling back to that impossible silhouette I'd glimpsed earlier. What if it wasn't a trick of light and shadow? What if something truly abnormal was out there in the woods? The rational part of my brain rejected this immediately. There are no monsters, no giants hiding in American forests. Yet the image remained stubbornly fixed in my memory. Too tall, too deliberate in its movement to be easily dismissed. Another lightning flash. Another glimpse of the surrounding forest. This time, I thought I saw something in the tree line to our right. A disturbance in the natural pattern. A vertical shape where horizontal branches should be. But the darkness returned too quickly for me to be certain. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice tight. My husband peered into the blackness. "See what?" "I don't know. Something by those trees." He squinted, trying to follow my gaze, but the darkness had swallowed whatever I thought I'd seen. "Probably just a tree trunk," he said reassuringly. "The lightning makes everything look strange." I nodded, not wanting to alarm him further, but I knew what I'd seen hadn't been just another tree. It had moved. Or at least, it seemed to have moved in that fractional second of illumination. Soon enough, the road straightened somewhat, and the forest retreated into the background. The uneasy weight on my chest eased slightly, though it never vanished completely. I spent the remaining miles mentally replaying what I'd seen back there, my thoughts racing. Had I really seen something move? Was it just a trick of shadows? But each time I recalled how it had vanished, I shuddered. The memory refused to feel like a simple illusion. We finally passed a sign announcing we were close to the state line. I breathed a cautious sigh of relief. Maybe once we made it into Kentucky, the night would lose its menace, and I could chalk the whole thing up to a creepy roadside hallucination. But something in my gut insisted the memory would linger long after the fog lifted. And as we drove on, I stole one last glance behind us, half convinced that shape was still out there, concealed in the dark, watching me leave. I pulled into the truck stop around midnight. Drawn to its flickering neon sign like a castaway spotting land, fat droplets of rain tapped against the roof as I parked beneath a weak street lamp. Even in that dim light, the place looked worn down. Faded paint, old vending machines humming in the corner, and a few greasy puddles on the asphalt reflected the harsh, fluorescent lighting. I sat in the driver's seat for a moment, just letting the engine idle. My husband, now fully awake, looked over at me with worry, no doubt sensing the tension radiating off me. I still hadn't told him about what I witnessed earlier, and part of me didn't know how. It sounded insane, even in my own head. "We should stretch our legs," he said finally, breaking the silence. "And maybe grab some coffee. We've still got a couple hours to go." Despite my reluctance to leave the relative safety of the car, we climbed out. We needed a break from that winding road. The air smelled like diesel and damp concrete. The light above the pumps flickered and buzzed every few seconds, making shadows shrink and grow across the parking lot. That steady pulse kept me on edge. I couldn't stop imagining that giant shape from earlier lurking just beyond the glow. Inside the cramped convenience store, I grabbed a coffee while my husband wandered off to stretch his legs. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a harsh glow that made everyone look sickly and worn. A lone cashier stood behind the counter, staring blankly at a small television playing an old sitcom rerun. Two truck drivers sat at a small table in the corner, speaking in hushed tones over styrofoam cups of coffee. I opened a search on my phone, half embarrassed to type keywords like massive tree creature, Tennessee cryptid, anything that might explain what I'd seen. Nothing relevant popped up. Just a scattering of myths and rumors about odd shapes in the woods. Local ghost stories or sightings that never went anywhere. The lack of answers made me feel more alone than ever. I approached the cashier, a weathered woman in her 60s with dark circles under her eyes. "Nasty night out there," I ventured. She nodded without enthusiasm. "Been like this for 3 days now." "We just came through the mountain pass," I said, trying to sound casual. "Barely saw another soul on the road. Not surprised. Locals know better than to drive that stretch in weather like this." Something about her tone made me pause. "What do you mean by that?" She shrugged, eyes darting briefly to the window before returning to me. "Just not safe with the visibility so poor. Those curves can be treacherous." There was something she wasn't saying. I was certain of it. I leaned in slightly. "I thought I saw something strange back there, in the woods." Her expression didn't change, but I noticed her fingers tighten around the pen she was holding. "Lots of wildlife in those parts," she said dismissively. "This wasn't wildlife," I insisted. "It was tall, really tall, like I said," she cut me off. "Bad weather plays tricks on the eyes. You want anything else with that coffee?" We stepped back out into the damp night, and my husband started filling the tank. The single attendant on duty, an older man, approached with a polite nod. When I blurted something about the road being eerily empty, he just shrugged. His eyes flicked toward the dark highway like he knew more than he was letting on. "We get travelers coming through," he muttered. "Some swear they see things this time of year." Then he clammed up, almost like he regretted saying anything at all. I wanted to press him for details, but I couldn't shake the sense that he'd just shut down. My husband looked at me with concern, probably wondering why I was so rattled. I offered a tight smile, hoping he'd chalk it up to exhaustion. Truth was, my mind was spinning with thoughts of that impossible sight. The longer we stood there, the more I felt the darkness pressing in on all sides, as if something huge and watchful hovered right outside the circle of light. The attendant finished wiping our windshield, his movements quick and nervous. "Best get where you're going before the next storm hits," he advised, glancing at the sky. "They're saying it'll be worse than this one." "How far to the Kentucky border?" my husband asked. "About 40 miles, the man replied. "But it'll feel longer tonight. He gave me an odd look, as if he could sense my unease. "Drive safe. Don't stop for anything." The emphasis he placed on those last words sent a chill through me. Before I could question him further, he turned and hurried back to his small booth, hunching against the rain. "What was that about?" my husband asked as we climbed back into the car. I shook my head. "I don't know, but I don't like it." We got back into the car and pulled away from the truck stop, leaving that wavering neon sign in the rear view. The fog welcomed us again, thicker than before, swallowing the road so thoroughly I had to keep the speed way down. The headlights carved out a weak tunnel of visibility, and every shape beyond that felt ominous, like it might flicker to life at any second. Not 20 minutes later, the highway curved sharply through another stretch of dense forest. My husband finally spoke up, asking why I seemed so paranoid. "You've been white-knuckling the steering wheel for the past hour," he said, "and you keep looking in the mirrors like you think someone's following us." I was about to give him a half-truth, blame it on the weather, the poor visibility, the treacherous road conditions, when a tall, warped silhouette emerged by the edge of the tree line. It vanished almost immediately, but I caught a glimpse of something that didn't fit any known animal. Long, sinewy limb-like shapes, rustling the branches as if brushing them aside. My husband glanced out his window, alerted by my sudden intake of breath, but whatever it was had melted into the shadows. I was left gripping the wheel, pulse hammering in my ears, replaying the moment. It had moved again, just like before, a silent, calculated shift deeper into the woods. I pressed my foot down on the accelerator, not caring about the slick road anymore. All I wanted was distance between us and whatever lurked in those trees. "Whoa, slow down," my husband urged, bracing himself against the dashboard. "What's going on with you?" He started to ask what I saw. I stumbled through words like, "something really big," might have been a tree. But they sounded ludicrous, even to me. He didn't seem convinced, though he caught on to my panic and urged me to slow down, worried I'd lose control of the car. Instead, I kept pushing forward, wanting to leave that region behind as fast as possible. "There's something out there," I finally admitted, my voice barely audible over the engine's roar. "I saw it twice now. Something wrong." "What do you mean, wrong?" His tone was gentle but concerned, as if he was dealing with someone on the verge of hysteria. Maybe I was. "It's enormous," I said, struggling to find words that wouldn't sound completely deranged. "Shaped almost like a person, but impossibly tall, moving through the trees like it's searching for something." He stared at me for a long moment. "You think you saw a person in the forest? In this weather?" "Not a person," I insisted. "Something else. Something that shouldn't exist." A flash of lightning illuminated the forest again, and for a split second I thought I saw it. A vertical shape moving parallel to the road, keeping pace with our car despite the distance and difficult terrain. But the darkness returned too quickly for me to be certain. "There," I gasped, pointing frantically. "Did you see it?" My husband peered into the gloom, seeing nothing but trees and fog. "I think you're overtired," he said gently. "Your eyes are playing tricks on you." "I know what I saw," I insisted, though doubt was beginning to creep in. Was I losing my mind? Hallucinating from stress and fatigue? The rational part of my brain suggested these were more likely explanations than some unknown giant stalking us through the Tennessee wilderness. But then I remembered the truck stop attendant's warning. "Don't stop for anything." He knew something. They all did. The cashier, the truckers whispering in the corner. This wasn't the first time something had been seen in these woods. A couple more miles bled into the night, and finally, the Welcome to Kentucky sign shone faintly through the haze. Relief trickled in, though it never fully chased away the dread lodged in my gut. Lights became more common. Small roadside houses, the occasional gas station, traces of normal life creeping back in. Still, I couldn't forget the way that shape had loomed at the tree line. My eyes flicked to the side mirror now and then, almost expecting to see an impossibly tall figure keeping pace in the distance. Even as we left Tennessee behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed, that whatever I'd glimpsed had taken note of us, had perhaps even been drawn to our presence. "We're almost there," my husband said soothingly, mistaking my continued anxiety for simple exhaustion. "Another hour at most." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. How could I explain that crossing the state line hadn't reassured me? That I still felt watched, marked in some way by whatever prowled those foggy woods? We arrived at my family's place right on the edge of dawn. Porch lamps illuminated a gravel driveway, and a sense of familiarity tried to comfort me. But as I stepped out onto the soggy ground, every rustle of leaves behind the house made me twitch. My relatives came out to greet us, calling out how they'd worried we'd get stuck in the storm. I forced a smile, pretending the only issue was the weather. Deep down, I was still replaying that moment of the second sighting on the road, feeling that it had looked right back at me, fully aware. The thought made my skin crawl. My mother embraced me, then held me at arm's length, her brow furrowing with concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, trying to make it sound like a joke but not quite succeeding. "Was the drive that bad?" "Just tired," I managed, attempting a smile that felt brittle on my face. The fog was brutal. Inside, I slumped into a chair, trying to shake off the unease. My husband hovered close, sensing I wasn't just tired. The warmth of the room, the smell of coffee, and the soft chatter of my family were comforting. Yet a knot of tension clung to me. Each time a branch tapped against the window, I thought about what might be out there, looming in the dark, waiting. My father, a practical man who'd spent 40 years working in the logging industry, noticed my jumpiness. "You all right, kid?" he asked, using the nickname he'd given me when I was 8. "You look strung tight as a bow." For a moment I considered telling him everything, about the towering figure I'd seen, about the strange behavior of the people at the truck stop, about the inexplicable feeling of being watched that still hadn't left me. But what would be the point? He'd either think I was hallucinating from exhaustion, or making up stories to explain away simple road anxiety. "Just need some rest," I said instead. It was a long drive. He nodded, seemingly satisfied with this explanation, though I caught him exchanging a concerned glance with my husband when he thought I wasn't looking. My sister arrived later that morning with her 2 children. The house filled with noise and activity, providing a welcome distraction from my dark thoughts. I threw myself into family activities, helping prepare lunch, playing board games with the kids, catching up on family gossip. Anything to keep my mind from drifting back to those moments on the foggy highway. But as the day wore on, I found myself repeatedly drawn to the windows, staring out at the tree line that bordered my parents' property. The weather remained dismal, with low clouds and intermittent rain shrouding the distant hills. Perfect conditions, I thought grimly, for something to hide. "You keep looking outside," my husband observed quietly, coming to stand beside me as I gazed out at the dripping trees. "What are you expecting to see?" I shook my head, unwilling to voice my irrational fears. "Nothing. Just checking if the weather's clearing up." He placed a hand on my shoulder, his touch gentle but insistent. "Talk to me," he urged. "Something happened on that drive. Something that scared you." I turned to face him, struggling with how to begin. How do you explain seeing something that shouldn't exist? Something that defies categorization and rational thought? "I saw something in the forest," I finally admitted, keeping my voice low to avoid being overheard by the rest of the family. "Twice. It was huge. Taller than any human could possibly be, moving through the trees like it was hunting." Instead of dismissing me outright, he studied my face with a mixture of concern and confusion. "You're serious," he said. It wasn't a question. "I know how it sounds," I replied. "But I know what I saw, and I think the locals know about it too. The people at that truck stop. They were acting strange, like they were afraid to talk about something." The rest of the day passed in a blur of half-hearted conversation and restless pacing. Nobody else knew about the haunting images stuck in my mind. That night, when everyone turned in, I sat by the window, peeking out at the rows of trees behind my family's home. A small hope flickered that morning light might erase the fear. But something told me that what I'd encountered wasn't the kind of thing you just leave behind. It stayed with you, like a secret only you and it understood. The following morning, after a night of fitful sleep, punctuated by nightmares of being pursued through endless forests, I made an excuse to borrow my father's old desktop computer. While the family busied themselves with breakfast preparations, I sequestered myself in his cluttered home office and began searching in earnest. I started with local legends and folklore, tales of strange sightings in the Tennessee mountains. Most results led to typical cryptid stories: Bigfoot sightings, phantom panthers, the occasional ghost story tied to Civil War battlefields or native burial grounds. Nothing that matched what I'd seen. Expanding my search, I looked for reports of unusually tall figures seen in forests throughout the southeastern United States. This yielded more promising results: scattered accounts from hikers, campers, and drivers describing abnormally tall, thin shapes observed at forest edges or through breaks in the trees. Many accounts mentioned heights of 10 to 15 feet, consistent with what I'd glimpsed. One forum thread caught my attention. Titled "The Watchers in the Wood," it contained dozens of testimonials from people who claimed to have seen similar entities throughout the Appalachian region. The descriptions varied somewhat, but certain details remained consistent: extreme height, deliberate movement, and a tendency to observe rather than engage. A post from someone using the username Mountain Driver particularly resonated. "Saw it 3 times now on the TNKY border routes. Always in bad weather, always at night. Keeps pace with vehicles somehow. Don't think it's hostile. More like it's studying us. Local rangers know about it but won't talk. Been happening for decades, according to my grandfather." I scrolled through more accounts, my heart racing as I recognized elements of my own experience reflected in these strangers' words. One person described how the creature seemed to step between trees like they weren't even there. Another mentioned the feeling of being analyzed, like a specimen under glass. Moving beyond amateur forums, I searched academic databases for anthropological studies of regional folklore. This led me to a paper by Dr. Amelia Winters, an ethnographer who had documented unusual folk beliefs throughout Appalachia. Buried in her work was a brief reference to what locals called the tall men, entities believed to inhabit the deepest parts of the forest, emerging only during storms or periods of heavy fog. According to Winters, these beliefs predated European settlement, with similar entities appearing in Cherokee oral traditions. The native peoples reportedly left offerings at certain trees to appease these watchers and ensure safe passage through their territories. My research was interrupted by my husband, who entered the office with a concerned expression. "Your mom sent me to find you," he said. "Breakfast is getting cold." I minimized the browser window hastily. "Sorry, lost track of time." He studied me for a moment. "More research about what you saw?" I nodded, not bothering to deny it. "There are others, you know. Other people who've seen the same thing. Dozens of them, all through these mountains." He sat on the edge of the desk, his expression troubled. "I believe that you saw something," he said carefully. "I'm just not sure what to make of it." "I'm not either," I admitted, "but I need to understand it. I need to know what's out there." "Just..." He hesitated. "Be careful, okay? Don't get obsessed with this. Sometimes it's better not to know everything." His words stayed with me as I rejoined the family, going through the motions of normal interaction while my mind remained fixated on what I'd discovered. The idea that these entities, whatever they were, had been observed for generations somehow made my experience both more credible and more unsettling. After breakfast, I excused myself for a walk, needing fresh air and solitude to process my thoughts. The rain had finally stopped, though the sky remained overcast and threatening. I followed a path that led from my parents' backyard into the surrounding woods, aware of the irony in seeking answers in an environment so similar to where my ordeal had begun. The forest was quiet, with only the occasional drip of water from saturated leaves breaking the silence. I moved slowly, hyper-aware of my surroundings, scanning the trees for any sign of unusual movement or shapes that didn't belong. About a quarter-mile from the house, I came across an ancient oak, its massive trunk split down the middle as if struck by lightning decades ago. Something about it stopped me in my tracks. Hanging from one of the lower branches was a small cloth pouch, weathered and faded, but clearly placed there deliberately. I approached cautiously, remembering Dr. Winter's mention of offerings left at certain trees. The pouch was tied with twine and appeared to contain small objects. I could feel them shift as I gently prodded the fabric. Without opening it, I carefully returned it to its position on the branch. Standing there beneath the towering oak, I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. The unmistakable feeling of being watched. I turned slowly, scanning the surrounding forest, but saw nothing unusual. Just trees and underbrush, and the occasional bird flitting between branches. And yet the feeling persisted. Something was observing me, I was certain of it. Whether it was the same entity I'd glimpsed on the highway or some other forest presence, I couldn't say. But in that moment, I understood on a visceral level why humans have always approached wilderness with a mixture of awe and fear. The forest isn't empty. It never has been. We're just usually too loud, too distracted, too removed from our primal instincts to notice what watches us from the shadows. The rest of our visit passed without incident, though I remained on edge, constantly scanning the tree line for unusual shapes or movement. My husband tried to distract me with family activities and reminiscences, but he could tell my mind was elsewhere. On our final night, as we packed for the return journey the following morning, he finally confronted me about it. "You're still thinking about what you saw," he said. "Not an accusation, just a statement of fact." "I can't help it," I replied, folding a sweater with mechanical precision. "It's like, once you see something like that, you can't unsee it. Can't unfeel what it did to you." He sat beside me on the bed, his expression troubled. "What exactly do you think it was?" I paused, considering the question seriously. After days of research and reflection, I still had no definitive answer. "I don't know," I admitted. "Something that's been here longer than us, maybe. Something that watches from the edges of our world, but rarely intersects with it." "That sounds like fantasy," he said gently. "Maybe," I conceded. "But there are too many accounts spanning too many years for all of it to be mass hallucination or misidentification. Something is out there, something real, even if we don't have a proper framework to understand it." That night I dreamed of forests, endless expanses of ancient trees stretching in all directions. I was moving through them, not walking but gliding, seeing the world from an impossible height. Animals scattered at my approach, sensing something other than human. In the dream, I understood what it was to be ancient and patient, to observe the brief, frantic lives of humans with detached curiosity. I woke before dawn, the dream still vivid in my mind. Rain pattered against the window, a gentle reminder that our journey home would likely face the same challenging conditions as our arrival. Strangely, the thought didn't fill me with the same dread it might have days earlier. We set out after an early breakfast. My family's concerns about the weather met with reassurances that we'd be careful. The fog hung low over the landscape as we pulled away from the house, reducing the familiar surroundings to ghostly outlines. My husband took the first driving shift, allowing me to stare out at the passing scenery. lost in thought. As we approached the Tennessee border, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a return of that strange electric tension I'd experienced days earlier. The forests seemed denser here, older somehow, the trees pressing closer to the road as if reaching for the passing cars. "We can take a different route," my husband offered, noticing my increased vigilance. "Add a couple hours, but avoid the mountain pass." I considered it briefly before shaking my head. "No, I need to go back the same way. I need to... I don't know. Face it, I guess." He nodded, understanding, without fully understanding. As we crossed into Tennessee, the rain intensified, sheets of water cascading over the windshield faster than the wipers could clear it. The road wound upward into the mountains, visibility reduced to mere yards ahead. "I'll take over," I said, when we stopped for gas at a small station just off the highway. My husband seemed relieved, perhaps sensing that this was something I needed to do. Back behind the wheel, I felt an odd calm settle over me as we approached the stretch of road where I'd had my first sighting. The forest loomed dark and impenetrable on either side, but the panic that had gripped me before was absent. In its place was a strange sort of acceptance, not of danger, but of mystery. The fog parted briefly as we rounded a familiar curve, revealing the same dense stand of trees where I'd first glimpsed the towering figure. I slowed slightly, eyes scanning the tree line with deliberate care. For several long moments there was nothing but stillness and silence. Then, at the very edge of the forest, a movement caught my eye. Not frantic or threatening, but slow and purposeful. A vertical shape, impossibly tall, partially obscured by branches, but unmistakably present. It stood motionless, as if acknowledging my return, before receding back into the depths of the woods with that same fluid grace I remembered. My husband, focused on adjusting the heating, missed it entirely. I didn't alert him. This moment felt personal somehow. A silent communication between myself and whatever ancient presence inhabited these mountains. "Everything okay?" he asked, noticing my changed expression. "Yes," I said, surprised to find I meant it. "Everything's fine." As we continued our journey, the forest watching silently as we passed, I realized that some fears don't disappear, they transform. What had terrified me days earlier now filled me with a complex mixture of awe and humility. The world is vaster and stranger than we allow ourselves to believe, with mysteries that persist despite our best efforts to categorize and explain. I may never understand exactly what dwells in those foggy Tennessee woods. Perhaps it's better that way. Some things are meant to be glimpsed rather than known, brief intersections with the inexplicable that remind us how narrow our perspective truly is. The highway stretched before us, leading back to the familiar comforts of home and routine. But I knew I would carry this experience with me, this brushing against something ancient and other. And on future drives through similar landscapes, I would find myself watching the spaces between trees with new awareness, half afraid and half hoping to catch another glimpse of what watches us from the edges of our world. The understanding I'd reached wasn't about answers, but about questions, about being comfortable with not knowing, with accepting that some mysteries resist resolution. And somehow that felt like enough. The first rule of backcountry hiking is to tell someone where you're going. I broke that rule in September 2023, when I decided on a whim to tackle the lesser-known northern trail of Cascade Ridge. My 32-year-old self was desperate for solitude after a brutal year at work. No cell reception, no emails, just me and miles of ancient forest. The ranger station was closed when I arrived. Budget cuts had reduced hours to weekends only. I scribbled my intended route on the sign-in sheet and dropped it through the mail slot, but later learned it had slipped behind a cabinet. For all practical purposes, I had vanished into 127,000 acres of wilderness without a trace. The first day passed uneventfully. I hiked 8 miles through dense pine forest, setting up camp near a small stream just as daylight began to fade. The isolation was immediate and complete. That particular sensation of being utterly alone that's both liberating and unsettling. As darkness fell, I built a small fire and heated my dehydrated meal. That's when I first noticed something odd. The forest had gone silent. Anyone who spent time in the wilderness knows the typical progression of sounds. The daytime birds give way to nocturnal creatures, insects hum, small animals rustle. But around me was complete silence, as if everything living had collectively decided to hold its breath. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a predator nearby, a mountain lion or a bear that would soon move on. I extinguished my fire and climbed into my tent, double-checking the zipper before settling into my sleeping bag. At 2:17 a.m., I woke to a sound I still struggle to describe. It was like someone, or something, dragging a heavy object through the underbrush, circling my campsite. My headlamp revealed nothing through the tent walls. I reached for my hunting knife, holding it against my chest as I listened. The movement continued for approximately 20 minutes before retreating deeper into the forest. Sleep was impossible after that. I lay awake until dawn, knife in hand, ears straining. Morning light revealed no tracks, no signs of disturbance around my camp. I considered turning back, but convinced myself I was overreacting. Instead, I packed up and continued deeper into the wilderness, aiming for Summit Lake, still 2 days of hiking away. The trail grew less defined as I climbed higher. By midday, I reached a rocky outcrop that offered a panoramic view of the valley below. I took photographs, ate lunch, and studied my topographical map. That's when I noticed a figure standing among the trees about half a mile downslope from my position. Even at that distance, something seemed wrong about its proportions. Too tall, too thin, standing unnaturally still. I raised my binoculars for a better look, but the figure was gone. Just trees swaying gently in the breeze. I continued hiking with a growing sense of unease. The trail grew steeper, requiring my full attention as I navigated loose rocks and exposed roots. By late afternoon, dark clouds had gathered overhead, and the temperature dropped sharply. I needed to find shelter before the impending storm hit. I located a relatively flat area beneath a rock overhang that would provide some protection and hurriedly set up camp. The first drops of rain began to fall as I secured my tent. Within minutes, it had become a downpour. Inside my tent, I changed into dry clothes and prepared a cold dinner, unwilling to venture out to set up my stove. The rain drummed against the tent fabric as daylight faded prematurely under the storm clouds. That's when I heard it again. The dragging sound from the previous night, barely audible over the rainfall. But this time it was closer, much closer. Through the rain-distorted walls of my tent, I could make out a silhouette moving slowly around my campsite. The proportions were all wrong, impossibly tall and thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. I held my breath, hoping whatever it was would move on. Instead, it stopped directly in front of my tent. For what felt like hours, I remained frozen in place, staring at the shadow through the thin fabric barrier. It made no sound, no movement. Just stood there, as if waiting. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I fell into a fitful sleep. When I awoke the next morning, the rain had stopped. I unzipped my tent with trembling hands, half expecting to find something waiting outside. There was nothing. But in the mud around my tent were tracks unlike any I'd seen before, deep impressions that resembled human footprints but were too narrow, too long, with what appeared to be only 4 toes. I told myself they were distorted by the rain, that they belonged to a bear or some other known predator. I told myself many things as I broke camp in record time, my hands shaking so badly I could barely roll my sleeping bag. I abandoned my plan to reach Summit Lake. Instead, I would take the fastest route back to civilization. According to my map, there was a ranger outpost approximately 15 miles east. If I pushed hard, I could reach it by nightfall. As I shouldered my pack and prepared to leave, I noticed something that stopped me cold. Hanging from a branch at the edge of my campsite was a small bundle of twigs and pine needles, bound together with what looked like human hair. I didn't touch the strange bundle. Some primal instinct warned against it. Instead, I photographed it, then hurried away from my campsite, repeatedly checking my map and compass. The storm had disoriented me, and the trail had all but disappeared under a carpet of fallen leaves and debris. By midday, the forest had changed character. The trees stood further apart here, allowing shafts of sunlight to penetrate to the forest floor. Ordinarily, this would have been a welcome change from the dense canopy, but now each pool of light felt like an exposure, a vulnerability. I stopped briefly to refill my water bottles at a small stream, using my filter pump to purify the water. As I worked, I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision. I turned quickly, scanning the trees, but saw nothing unusual. Still, the sensation of being watched grew stronger. I finished filling my bottles and continued east, walking faster now, occasionally breaking into a jog where the terrain allowed. Around 3 in the afternoon, I found myself at an unfamiliar junction. My map showed no diverging trails in this area. Both paths looked equally used, or equally unused. After a moment's hesitation, I chose the right fork, marking a nearby tree with a small piece of surveyor's tape from my pack. An hour later, I emerged from a dense thicket to find myself facing the same junction, approaching from a different direction. My piece of tape fluttered on the same tree. Somehow, I had walked in a circle. This was impossible. I had maintained a consistent eastward heading, checking my compass regularly. Yet here I was, back where I started. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I forced myself to sit down, drink some water, and think rationally. Maps can be wrong. Compasses can malfunction near certain mineral deposits. There were logical explanations. I chose the left fork this time, moving quickly, constantly checking my compass. The needle swung wildly, settling briefly in one direction before spinning to another. Electronic interference, I told myself. Or a strange magnetic anomaly in the rocks. Not something tracking me, hurting me. The sun was now low on the horizon. I would have to make camp soon. The prospect filled me with dread. As I searched for a suitable site, I came across something that made my heart race. A small bundle of twigs and pine needles, identical to the one I'd found that morning, hanging from a branch directly in my path. I looked around frantically. There were more, dozens of them, hanging from trees in every direction, forming a rough circle around a small clearing. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran, no longer caring about direction, concerned only with putting distance between myself and that circle of strange totems. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to buckle, finally stopping to catch my breath against a large boulder. Night was falling rapidly. I couldn't risk continuing in darkness. Despite my fear, I had to make camp. I found a small depression between the roots of a massive pine tree, offering some concealment. I set up my tent with shaking hands, not bothering with the rainfly, wanting to be able to see in all directions. I placed my hunting knife and a heavy flashlight beside my sleeping bag. I didn't build a fire. I didn't want to announce my presence any more than necessary. As full darkness descended, the forest came alive with sound, but not the natural symphony of the previous night. These were deliberate sounds, wood knocking against wood, a rhythmic pattern that seemed to circle my position. Occasionally, something that sounded almost like speech, but distorted, as if coming from a throat not meant for human language. I huddled in my tent, knife in hand, listening as the sounds gradually drew closer. My headlamp revealed nothing beyond the thin nylon walls, but I could sense movement outside, something circling, testing, probing. At some point during that endless night, I heard what sounded like scratching on the outside of my tent. Gentle at first, then more insistent. I held perfectly still, barely breathing. A shadow fell across the tent wall, elongated, misshapen. I watched, paralyzed, as what appeared to be a hand pressed against the fabric. The fingers were too long, too numerous, splaying out like spider legs. Then a voice, so close it could have been inside the tent with me. "Come out," it whispered, in a perfect imitation of my own voice. "It's safe now." I bit down on my fist to keep from screaming. The hand remained pressed against the tent for what seemed like hours before slowly withdrawing. Dawn found me still awake, knife clutched so tightly my fingers had cramped. I waited until full daylight before cautiously unzipping the tent. The area around my campsite was undisturbed. No footprints, no signs of anything having approached during the night. But hanging from a branch directly above my tent was another bundle, larger this time, containing what looked like scraps of fabric that matched my hiking shirt. I packed up and left without eating, moving as quietly as possible, constantly scanning my surroundings. The ranger outpost had to be close. I just needed to maintain my bearing and keep moving. Around midday, I emerged from the trees into a small meadow. On the far side stood a dilapidated cabin with a metal roof. The ranger outpost, abandoned but still standing. I approached cautiously, circling the structure before approaching the door. It opened with a creak of rusted hinges. Inside was a single room, dusty and cobwebbed, but gloriously, wonderfully human. A metal desk, a broken chair, topographical maps pinned to the walls, signs of civilization, of safety. I barricaded the door with the desk and collapsed onto the floor, finally allowing exhaustion to claim me. My last conscious thought was that I would rest for a few hours, then continue east toward the main road. I woke to darkness and the sound of something heavy moving across the cabin's metal roof. The scratching overhead continued, methodical and deliberate, like something testing the structure for weaknesses. I remained motionless on the floor, barely breathing, as dirt and rust particles dislodged from the ceiling with each movement. The cabin had a single window, covered with years of grime but still intact. Through it, I could see that night had fallen completely. I had slept longer than intended, and now I was trapped. I took inventory of my surroundings using the dim light of my headlamp set to its lowest setting. Besides the desk and broken chair, the cabin contained a rusted wood stove, empty shelves, and a stack of moldering logbooks. No weapons, no radio, nothing immediately useful. The movement on the roof stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, I heard something new. A slow, deliberate breathing just outside the cabin wall, near where I sat. It was followed by a soft scrabbling sound, like claws or fingernails dragging across the wooden exterior. Then came a voice, just inches from my head, separated only by the cabin's wall. "We know you're in there," it whispered, again in a perfect imitation of my own voice. "We've been waiting for someone like you." I scrambled away from the wall, heart pounding so loudly I was certain whatever was outside could hear it. I fumbled in my pack for my hunting knife, clutching it in a white-knuckled grip. There was a long silence, then something began to tap rhythmically on the cabin's door. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Like a macabre knock requesting entry. "Who's there?" I finally called out, my voice cracking. "What do you want?" The tapping stopped immediately. Another long silence followed, during which I could hear only my own ragged breathing. Then, a different voice responded, not my own this time, but one that sounded ancient, the words formed with obvious difficulty. "We want to wear you." A hysterical laugh escaped me before I could stop it. This couldn't be happening. I was hallucinating from stress and sleep deprivation. Or perhaps I'd eaten something toxic, some mushroom or plant that had contaminated my water. But deep down, I knew this was real. The Native Americans of this region had spoken of such creatures for centuries, beings that could mimic human voices, that hunted alone in the deep forests, that sought to take not just the lives of their victims but their very identities. Skinwalkers. The term surfaced from some half-remembered documentary or article. Navajo legend spoke of medicine men who had broken tribal taboos, gaining the ability to transform into animals, or something between animal and human. What circled the cabin now might not be the exact creature of Navajo legend, but it shared enough similarities to terrify me. And whether it was truly supernatural or simply some unknown predator with unusual abilities, it was undeniably dangerous. I braced the desk more firmly against the door, then searched the cabin for anything I could use as a weapon. Under the wood stove, I found an ancient iron poker, its end rusted but still pointed. Not much, but better than nothing. Outside, something continued to circle the cabin, occasionally scratching at the walls or window. Twice more it spoke, using different voices now, once in what sounded like a child's plea for help, once in a language I didn't recognize. I tried to formulate a plan. The main road couldn't be more than 10 miles away. If I could survive until dawn, I might be able to make a run for it. But 10 miles was a long way with something hunting you. As the night wore on, I searched the cabin more thoroughly. Behind the rotting logbooks, I found a metal first aid box. Inside was a flare gun with a single flare. Ancient, possibly non-functional, but worth trying if things became desperate. Around 3 in the morning, by my watch's reckoning, the siege intensified. The scratching became more aggressive, focusing on the door and window. The desk blocking the door began to inch forward as something pushed against it from outside. The single window pane developed a crack that spread slowly across its surface. I readied my makeshift weapons, knife in one hand, poker in the other, flare gun tucked into my belt. If the door or window gave way, I would fight with everything I had. Just as the pressure on the door reached its peak, a new sound cut through the night, distant but distinct. A helicopter, its searchlight sweeping over the forest canopy perhaps a mile away. The assault on the cabin ceased instantly. I heard a rapid movement away from the structure, branches breaking as something large moved quickly through the underbrush. I grabbed the flare gun and ran to the window, frantically cleaning a section of glass with my sleeve. The helicopter was still visible, its searchlight methodically scanning the forest. A rescue operation, perhaps for another lost hiker. My salvation, if I could attract their attention. I forced the window open, its frame protesting after years of disuse. Taking careful aim, I fired the flare gun into the night sky. The red flare arced high, burning brilliantly against the darkness. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the helicopter altered course, its searchlight swinging toward my position. They had seen it. As dawn broke, the helicopter touched down in the meadow in front of the cabin. 2 search and rescue personnel approached cautiously, clearly surprised to find someone in the abandoned outpost. "Are you Michael Brennan?" one called out. "Your wife reported you missing 3 days ago when you didn't return from your hike." I nodded, too exhausted to speak. As they led me toward the helicopter, I glanced back at the forest edge. For just a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing among the trees, impossibly tall, impossibly thin, watching as I was led away. When I looked again, there was nothing there. Just trees swaying in the morning breeze. The helicopter carried me to a regional hospital where doctors treated me for dehydration, exposure, and what they referred to as acute stress reaction. My wife arrived shortly after, her face a mixture of relief and lingering worry. "You were missing for 5 days," she told me, squeezing my hand. "What happened out there?" I couldn't answer immediately. How could I explain what I had experienced without sounding completely unhinged? So I told a simplified version. I got lost, my compass malfunctioned. I took shelter in an abandoned ranger outpost, and I was lucky enough to spot a search and rescue helicopter. The doctors kept me overnight for observation. During that time, a park ranger came to take my statement, recording the details of my misadventure for their records. I found myself editing my story further, omitting the strange bundles, the circling presence, the voice that had mimicked my own. Some experiences defy conventional reporting. "You're lucky," the ranger said when I finished. "That section of the park has claimed several hikers over the years. Some we never found." His casual statement chilled me more than he could know. "What do you mean, claimed?" The ranger shrugged. People go missing. It's a wilderness area, dangerous terrain. Sometimes we find them, sometimes we don't. He hesitated, then added more quietly, "The locals have their own theories." "What theories?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. He seemed to debate whether to continue, then said, "The native tribes in this region have traditional warnings about certain areas of the forest, places where they say the boundary between worlds is thin, places where things can cross over." I wanted to ask more, but the ranger received a call on his radio and had to leave. Perhaps it was for the best. I wasn't sure I wanted confirmation of what I'd experienced. I was discharged the following day with a prescription for anti-anxiety medication and a referral to a therapist specializing in trauma. Everyone assumed my haunted expression and jumpiness were typical responses to a near-death experience in the wilderness. No one suspected the true nature of what had pursued me. In the weeks that followed, I tried to resume my normal life. I returned to work, attended therapy sessions, and gradually the acute symptoms of fear began to subside. But something fundamental had changed in me, a permanent alertness, a new awareness of how thin the veneer of safety and civilization truly is. I couldn't let it go. During my lunch breaks and late at night, I researched similar experiences. The internet was full of accounts, most obviously fabricated, but some with a ring of authentic terror that resonated with my own experience. People who had encountered something in remote areas that defied conventional explanation. Something that mimicked human voices, that left strange totems, that hunted with unnatural persistence. 6 weeks after my rescue, I received an unmarked package at my office. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a photocopy of an old journal entry dated 1879, written by a surveyor working in the same mountain range. The Indian guide refuses to proceed further. He speaks of a creature that steals not just lives but identities, that can wear a man's voice like a garment, that pursues with endless patience. The other men mock his fears, but I have heard something in the night that gives me pause. My own name called out in my own voice, though I sat alone by the fire at the time. Below this was a hand-drawn image that made my blood freeze. A bundle of twigs and what appeared to be hair, tied in exactly the same configuration as the tokens I had found in the forest. There was no return address, no indication of who had sent this to me. But at the bottom of the page was a handwritten note. It remembers those it hunts, and it is patient. That night, I woke at 2:17 a.m. to a familiar sound, something dragging heavily across the ground outside our suburban home. My wife slept peacefully beside me as I crept to the window and peered through the blinds at our backyard. At the edge of our property, where our manicured lawn meets the small wooded area beyond, stood a figure. Even at that distance, I could see its proportions were wrong. Too tall, too thin, limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. It raised what might have been a hand in greeting. Then, with deliberate slowness, it hung something from a tree branch, a small bundle that caught the moonlight as it swayed in the gentle breeze. I've moved 3 times since that night. Changed jobs, changed names. But sometimes, in the dark hours before dawn, I wake to the sound of something dragging across the ground outside my window. Something patient. Something that remembers. And I know with absolute certainty that it's only a matter of time before it wears me. Note: while researching this account, I discovered over a dozen similar reports from the same region spanning more than a century. Park records confirm that the area has an unusually high number of missing persons cases, with bodies rarely recovered. Local Native American tribes continue to avoid certain sections of the forest, citing traditional beliefs about entities they refer to as skin takers, or those who wear. Whatever stalked me through that wilderness, I believe it still waits there, watching for its next opportunity. This account serves as both warning and confession. If I disappear someday, at least there will be a record of what happened. Anonymous submission. Posted October 15th, 2023. I stared at my computer screen, the cursor blinking in the empty reply field. The email from my friend Samantha had arrived just 20 minutes ago, and I'd already read it 4 times. Each reading made the words feel heavier, more real, more terrifying. It was supposed to be a simple invitation. Come to my family's cabin in Colorado for a week of hiking, fishing, and getting away from the city. I'd sent the same email to Samantha for 3 years running, and each time she'd politely declined with increasingly elaborate excuses. Work commitments, family obligations, prior plans that seemed to materialize out of thin air. I'd begun to think she simply didn't want to spend a week with me in the mountains. But this email was different. This email contained a confession that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the text. Samantha wasn't avoiding my cabin because she didn't want to come. She was avoiding it because of something that happened 4 years ago at her own family's mountain retreat. Something that had left her unable to sleep properly, unable to be alone in the woods, unable to even look at photographs of dense forest without her breathing becoming shallow and rapid. The story she told was impossible. It had to be. People don't just disappear into some kind of living darkness. Cabins don't transform overnight into hollow shells of themselves. 8 strangers don't find themselves trapped together in a place that defies the basic laws of physics and human understanding. Yet, as I read her account, filled with details too specific and too strange to be fabricated, I found myself believing every word. Samantha had always been the most practical person I knew. In college, while the rest of us were experimenting with various theories about life and reality, she was studying accounting and planning her career path with military precision. She didn't believe in ghost stories or urban legends. She certainly didn't make them up, which meant that everything she'd written in this email had actually happened to her. The thought made my stomach turn. I pushed back from my desk and walked to the kitchen, needing distance from the words on the screen, but I could still see them in my mind. The description of the man with the too long face and jerky movements, the bitter tea that she'd been forced to drink, the hours of unconsciousness followed by an awakening into a nightmare that seemed to have no rules and no escape. I poured myself a glass of water and drank it slowly, trying to process what I'd just read. Samantha had been through something traumatic, something that had clearly left her with lasting psychological damage. The question was, what had really happened to her in that cabin? Was there some kind of rational explanation for the events she described, or was I dealing with something far more sinister? According to Samantha's account, it had all started innocently enough. She was 24 then, visiting her parents at their mountain cabin during one of their rare family vacations. Her father had finally managed to take time off from his demanding job as a surgeon, and they'd planned a week of relaxation in the Colorado wilderness. Samantha had been looking forward to it, despite her chronic insomnia that had been plaguing her since her divorce 6 months earlier. The cabin was located about 15 miles outside of a small mountain town called Pine Ridge, accessible only by a winding dirt road that snaked through dense forest for the final 3 miles. Cell phone coverage was spotty at best, and there were no landlines in most of the vacation cabins scattered throughout the area. It was exactly the kind of place people went to disconnect from the world, to find peace in the silence of nature. But for Samantha, the silence had become oppressive. On the 3rd night of their stay, she'd lain in bed for hours, listening to her parents' gentle snoring from the next room and feeling the walls of the cabin closing in around her. The insomnia that had become her constant companion since the divorce was particularly bad that night, made worse by the complete absence of the city sounds she'd grown accustomed to. No traffic, no sirens, no late-night conversations drifting up from the street below. Just an endless, crushing quiet that seemed to press against her eardrums. Finally, around 2 in the morning, she'd given up on sleep entirely. She'd dressed quietly in hiking boots and a heavy jacket, left a note for her parents explaining that she'd gone for a walk and would be back before sunrise, and slipped out into the night. The temperature had dropped to near freezing, and her breath formed clouds in the moonlit air as she made her way to the trail system that began just behind the cabin. She knew the main trails well from previous visits, but in her agitated state, she'd taken a wrong turn somewhere in the darkness. What should have been a familiar loop back to the cabin became an increasingly steep and rocky path that seemed to wind deeper into the mountains rather than circling back toward civilization. She'd walked for what felt like hours, the beam of her small flashlight cutting through the darkness ahead of her feet, before finally admitting to herself that she was completely lost. The realization had brought with it the first real stab of fear. She was alone in thousands of acres of wilderness, with no way to call for help and no clear idea of which direction would lead her back to safety. The night air was getting colder, and she could feel her body heat leaching away through her jacket. Hypothermia was a real possibility if she couldn't find shelter soon. That's when she'd seen the light through the trees. Not the harsh white glare of a security light, but a warm yellow glow that spoke of human habitation and warmth. She'd pushed through the underbrush toward it, branches catching at her jacket and scratching her face, driven by a desperate need to reach that beacon of hope in the darkness. The cabin that Samantha found in the small clearing was unlike any of the other mountain retreats she'd seen in the area. Where most were simple log structures designed for basic comfort, this one was clearly the product of serious money and careful planning. The exterior was finished in rich oak planking that gleamed in the porch light, and through the large windows she could see expensive furniture and what appeared to be state-of-the-art electronics. More importantly, the front door was standing wide open, spilling warm light out onto the small wooden porch. It was an invitation she couldn't resist in her cold and frightened state. Surely whoever lived here would understand her situation and be willing to help a lost hiker find her way back to civilization. At the very least, they might let her warm up for a few minutes before pointing her in the right direction. She'd called out a greeting as she approached the porch, not wanting to startle anyone who might be inside. When no one answered, she'd called again, louder this time. Still nothing. But the lights were on, and she thought she could hear the faint sound of a television or radio playing somewhere in the depths of the house. Someone was definitely home. They just hadn't heard her over whatever they were watching. The interior of the cabin was even more impressive than the exterior had suggested. The living room featured a massive stone fireplace with a gas insert, surrounded by leather furniture that looked like it had come straight from an expensive showroom. The kitchen was equipped with commercial-grade appliances and granite countertops that probably cost more than most people made in a year. A huge flat-screen television dominated one wall, currently displaying what appeared to be a nature documentary with the sound turned low. Samantha had settled onto the leather couch to wait, grateful for the warmth and the chance to rest her aching feet. The hiking boots she'd chosen were more suited to short walks than extended treks through rough terrain, and she could feel blisters forming on her heels. She'd been sitting there for perhaps 5 minutes when she heard footsteps approaching from what she assumed was a bedroom or bathroom somewhere else in the house. The man who appeared in the living room doorway was probably in his early 30s, dressed casually in jeans and a blue hoodie. At first glance, he seemed normal enough. Average height, brown hair, the kind of unremarkable appearance that would make him invisible in a crowd. But there was something about him that immediately set Samantha's nerves on edge, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. It was the way he moved, she realized as she watched him cross the room. His gait was slightly off, as if he wasn't quite comfortable in his own body. His arms swung at odd angles, and his head seemed to bob with each step in a way that reminded her of a marionette being operated by an inexperienced puppeteer. When he smiled at her, the expression didn't reach his eyes, and those eyes never quite met hers directly. "You look cold," he said, his voice pleasant enough but somehow flat, as if he were reading lines from a script. "Let me get you something warm to drink and a blanket." Samantha had started to explain her situation, how she'd gotten lost on the trails, how she just needed directions back to Pine Ridge, or at least to the main road. But he'd waved off her words with a dismissive gesture. "Plenty of time for that," he'd said, still not looking directly at her. "First, we need to get you warmed up. Can't have you catching pneumonia out there in the cold." He'd disappeared into the kitchen, leaving Samantha alone with her growing sense of unease. Everything about this situation felt wrong, but she couldn't identify exactly why. The man seemed friendly enough, even if his mannerisms were a bit odd. The cabin was clearly legitimate. You couldn't fake the kind of expensive fixtures and furniture she saw around her, and she was genuinely lost and in need of help. But something primitive in her brain was screaming warnings at her, some ancient survival instinct that had kept her ancestors alive through countless dangers. Every cell in her body was telling her to get up and walk out of that cabin immediately, to take her chances in the cold wilderness rather than stay another moment in this warm, comfortable prison. When the man returned from the kitchen, he was carrying a steaming mug and what appeared to be a detailed topographic map of the area. The gesture seemed thoughtful, exactly what she would have expected from someone genuinely trying to help a lost hiker. But his behavior remained unnervingly strange. He set the mug on the coffee table in front of her and spread the map out beside it. But instead of sitting down to help her locate her position, he simply stood there watching her with that unsettling, indirect gaze. "Drink up," he said, gesturing toward the mug. "It's a special herbal blend, very warming." The tea, when Samantha lifted it to her lips, had an odd color. Not quite brown, not quite green, but something in between that reminded her of stagnant pond water. The smell was even worse, a combination of bitterness and something else she couldn't identify. Something that made her stomach clench with instinctive revulsion. But the man was still standing there, still watching her with that false smile, and she felt an irrational pressure to drink it rather than offend him. The first sip was worse than she'd expected. The liquid was indeed warm, but the taste was so bitter it made her eyes water. There was an underlying flavor beneath the bitterness, something sweet and cloying that reminded her of overripe fruit on the verge of rot. She forced herself to swallow, then set the mug back down on the table. "It's very distinctive," she managed, trying to be polite while fighting back the urge to gag. The man's smile widened, but it still looked like a mask rather than a genuine expression of pleasure. "My grandmother's recipe," he said. "She always said it could cure whatever ailed you." He finally moved away from her then, walking toward what appeared to be a hallway leading to the back of the cabin. "I'll just get you that blanket," he called over his shoulder. "Make yourself comfortable." But instead of disappearing down the hallway as she'd expected, he stopped just at the edge of the living room and turned back to watch her. The pressure of his gaze felt almost physical, and Samantha found herself reaching for the mug again despite her revulsion. She took another sip, then another, driven by some combination of politeness and an inexplicable compulsion she couldn't understand. With each swallow, the taste seemed to change slightly, becoming more palatable even as her vision began to blur around the edges. The expensive living room started to take on a dreamlike quality, the colors becoming more vivid, while the shapes became less distinct. She tried to stand, thinking dimly that she needed to leave immediately, but her legs felt like they were made of water. The last thing she remembered clearly was the sound of the mug hitting the hardwood floor as it slipped from her nerveless fingers. The man was moving toward her, but his approach seemed to take forever, as if he were walking through thick liquid. His face was changing as he came closer, the features becoming more pronounced, more angular, until it looked less like a human face and more like something carved from wood by an artist who had only heard descriptions of what people were supposed to look like. Then everything went black, and she tumbled into a darkness deeper than any sleep she'd ever experienced. When consciousness returned, it came slowly, and accompanied by a disorientation so complete that for several minutes, Samantha couldn't remember who she was, let alone where she was. The darkness around her was absolute, more complete than anything she'd ever experienced. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was as if light had never existed, as if she'd awakened in a void where the very concept of illumination was foreign. Gradually, her other senses began to function again. She was lying on something soft, a couch or bed. and she could smell the faint scent of wood smoke and something else, something organic and unpleasant that reminded her of decomposing leaves. There were sounds around her, quiet breathing, the soft rustle of fabric, and occasionally a muffled sob or whisper. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she began to make out shapes around her. The room she was in appeared to be the same living room where she'd lost consciousness, but something was fundamentally different about it. The expensive furniture was still there, but it seemed faded somehow, as if she were looking at it through a dark filter. The large windows that had been so prominent before were now just rectangles of slightly lighter darkness, offering no view of the outside world. More disturbing was the realization that she was not alone. As her vision improved, she could make out the forms of other people scattered around the room, some sitting on furniture, others huddled on the floor. When she tried to count them, she got different numbers each time, as if the shadows were playing tricks on her perception. But she was certain there were at least 7 or 8 other people in the room with her, all of them as confused and frightened as she was. "Hello?" she whispered, her voice sounding strange and hollow in the unnatural quiet. A young girl's voice answered from somewhere to her left. "You're awake. We were starting to worry about you." The voice belonged to someone very young, maybe 11 or 12 years old, and it carried a tremor of fear that made Samantha's heart race. "Where are we?" Samantha asked, struggling to sit up. Her body felt heavy and unresponsive, as if she were moving underwater. "Same place you were before," said another voice, this one belonging to an adult woman. "But it's different now. Everything's different." As the others began to speak, Samantha learned that they all had similar stories. Each had found the cabin under different circumstances, some lost like her, others seeking help for various emergencies, but all had been offered the bitter tea by the strange man with the jerky movements and unnatural gait. All had lost consciousness after drinking it, and all had awakened here in this transformed version of the same room. But it was more than just transformed. As Samantha explored the space with increasingly desperate movements, she discovered that the cabin had become something impossible. The doors that had led to other rooms were simply gone, not locked or blocked, but absent entirely, as if they had never existed. The walls were solid where doorways should have been, the wood grain flowing uninterrupted across spaces that had definitely contained openings just hours before. The kitchen was still accessible, but when she investigated it, she found all the drawers and cabinets completely empty. Not just empty of food or dishes, but empty of everything. No utensils, no cleaning supplies, no signs that the kitchen had ever been used for its intended purpose. Even more disturbing, when she tried the faucet, nothing came out. No water, no sound of pipes. Nothing at all. The temperature in the room was neither warm nor cold, but somehow wrong in a way that made her skin crawl. It was as if the very air around them had been replaced with something that only resembled air, something that kept them alive, but felt alien in their lungs. When she breathed deeply, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was inhaling something that was fundamentally different from the atmosphere she'd known all her life. The first disappearance happened while they were still trying to understand their situation. One of the men, a middle-aged guy in hiking gear who said his name was Gary, had been growing increasingly agitated as the hours passed. He kept walking to the front door and pressing his ear against it, as if listening for something on the other side. When the others asked what he was doing, he'd just shaken his head and muttered about needing to check something. It was around what Samantha estimated to be their 4th or 5th hour in the transformed cabin when Gary finally opened that door. The sight that greeted them was unlike anything from the natural world. Instead of the forest clearing that should have been outside, there was only darkness, but not the normal darkness of night. This was something alive and moving, a substance that seemed to have weight and purpose. The dark mass pressed against the doorframe like a liquid, but it moved with deliberate intent rather than flowing according to gravity. It pulsed and shifted, occasionally revealing glimpses of something that might have been light deep within its depths. Not illumination exactly, but brief flashes of color that had no names in any human language Samantha knew. Gary stood transfixed in the doorway, staring into that impossible darkness, with an expression of wonder and terror. When the others called to him, begging him to close the door and step back, he didn't seem to hear them. He was leaning forward slightly, as if the darkness were pulling at him with invisible hands. "It's beautiful," he whispered, his voice filled with awe. "It's singing to me." Samantha couldn't hear any singing, but she could feel something emanating from the dark mass, a kind of psychic pressure that made her think of deep ocean trenches and the spaces between stars. It was calling to something primitive in her brain, something that wanted to step forward and let the darkness embrace her. Before any of them could stop him, Gary took a step forward into the darkness. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the mass surged upward and around him like a living thing. For just an instant, Samantha saw his face through the translucent darkness, his expression shifting from wonder to absolute terror as he realized what was happening to him. Then he was gone. Not just absorbed, but somehow erased, as if he had never existed at all. The darkness settled back to its previous level, pressing gently against the doorframe but making no attempt to enter the cabin. It was content to wait, patient as a spider in its web. The young girl, her name was Lily, Samantha learned, began to scream when Gary vanished. It was a sound that seemed to come from the very depths of human terror, a primal shriek that spoke of every nightmare that had ever haunted a child's sleep. The others tried to comfort her, but there was no comfort to be given. They had all seen something that defied every law of physics and reason they understood. More disturbing than Gary's disappearance was the way the rest of them reacted to it. Within an hour, they had all begun to stare at the darkness with the same expression of longing that had preceded Gary's destruction. They couldn't help themselves. The thing outside the door was calling to them in ways that bypassed conscious thought and spoke directly to something deep in their subconscious minds. Samantha found herself walking to the windows and pressing her hands against the glass, trying to get closer to the darkness that pressed against the other side. The glass was burning hot, so hot that it should have blistered her skin instantly, but somehow it didn't hurt. She could feel the heat, could understand intellectually that it was dangerous, but the sensation felt distant and unimportant compared to the hypnotic pull of the darkness beyond. Time became meaningless in the transformed cabin. Samantha tried to keep track of the hours by counting her heartbeats, but even that became unreliable as her pulse seemed to slow and quicken according to no pattern she could understand. None of them felt hunger or thirst, despite what must have been days passing. They didn't need to use the bathroom, didn't feel the normal physiological needs that should have driven them to desperation in such circumstances. It was as if their bodies had been placed in some kind of suspended animation, maintained at a basic level of function but no longer truly alive in any meaningful sense. They were becoming something else, something that could exist in this impossible space between reality and nightmare. The psychological effects were even more disturbing than the physical ones. One by one, the other people in the cabin began to lose coherent thought. They would sit for hours staring at nothing, their eyes unfocused and their faces slack. When spoken to, they would respond with nonsensical phrases or simply repeat the last thing they had heard. The woman who had first spoken to Samantha when she woke up, she called herself Maria, was the second to succumb to the darkness outside. She had been sitting by the window for what felt like an entire day, pressing her face against the burning glass and whispering to something she claimed she could see moving within the dark mass. "It knows my name," she said when Samantha tried to pull her away from the window. "It's been waiting for me all my life. I have to go to it." Before anyone could stop her, Maria had walked calmly to the door and opened it. The darkness embraced her with what almost looked like tenderness, wrapping around her slowly and gently. She smiled as it consumed her, her face showing relief rather than terror. When she was gone, the others barely reacted. They were already too far gone to register the loss of another human being. Samantha tried desperately to maintain her sanity and her sense of self. She repeated her own name over and over again, clinging to the sound of it like a lifeline. She recited her address, her phone number, the names of her family members, anything that connected her to the world outside this nightmare. But even these anchors felt increasingly fragile as the hours passed. The young girl, Lily, seemed to be resisting the psychological dissolution better than the adults, but she was paying a terrible price for her clarity. She cried constantly, not the normal tears of a frightened child, but something that looked more like blood mixed with water. Her small body shook with tremors that never stopped, and she flinched away from any attempt at comfort. "I want my mommy," she whispered repeatedly, the words becoming a kind of mantra that seemed to be the only thing keeping her grounded in reality. Samantha tried to comfort her, but she was fighting her own battle against the strange lethargy that was settling over her mind like a heavy blanket. Every thought required enormous effort, and she found herself forgetting things constantly. What she had been doing moments before, what she had been trying to say, sometimes even where she was. The darkness outside seemed to be learning from each person it consumed. After Maria's disappearance, it began to pulse with a different rhythm, and Samantha could swear she could hear voices within it. Gary's voice and Maria's voice, calling out to the remaining survivors, begging them to join them in the beautiful darkness where there was no pain and no fear. By the time only 3 of them remained, Samantha, Lily, and a quiet woman who had never told them her name, the cabin itself had begun to change in more dramatic ways. The furniture was becoming transparent, as if it were slowly fading out of existence. The walls grew thin enough that they could see the darkness pressing against them from all sides, not just through the windows and the door. Samantha realized with growing horror that the cabin wasn't a refuge from the darkness. It was bait, a trap designed to hold them while the darkness slowly digested their reality around them. Eventually, there would be nothing left but the darkness itself, and they would have no choice but to become part of it. She tried to explain this to the others, but the unnamed woman just stared at her with vacant eyes and smiled. "It doesn't matter," she said in a dreamy voice. "Nothing matters anymore. We're already dead. We just don't know it yet." That was when Samantha understood that she was truly alone. Lily was still conscious, still fighting, but she was just a child with no understanding of what was happening to them. The responsibility for their survival fell entirely on Samantha's shoulders, and she had no idea how to carry it. In desperation, she began to search the increasingly insubstantial cabin for anything that might help them escape. The kitchen drawers had been empty before, but now they were beginning to merge with the countertops, becoming part of a seamless whole that defied the basic concepts of separate objects. The television had vanished entirely, and the expensive furniture was becoming ghostly outlines of itself. It was while she was searching behind the couch that she made a discovery that filled her with both hope and terror. There were deep gouges in the floor, as if something extremely heavy had been dragged across it repeatedly. The marks led from behind the couch to the front door, and they were fresh, made recently, possibly within the last few hours. As she traced the gouges with her fingers, she realized what they meant. The unnamed woman had been trying to drag her toward the door while she slept. Not just her, but Lily as well. And probably the couch they were sitting on. She had been planning to deliver them all to the darkness in one final offering. The woman was standing by the door now, her hand on the knob, smiling that vacant smile. "It's time," she said gently. "Time to go home." Samantha didn't think. She threw herself across the room and tackled the woman just as she began to turn the door handle. They went down together in a tangle of limbs, but the woman was surprisingly strong for someone who appeared to be in a trance. She fought back with desperate fury, scratching at Samantha's face and trying to bite her hands. "You don't understand," she hissed, her vacant expression replaced by something wild and desperate. "We have to go. It's calling us. We can't stay here anymore." The struggle seemed to last forever, but eventually Samantha managed to pin the woman down long enough to grab Lily and pull her away from the door. But even as she did, she could feel the pull of the darkness herself. It was stronger now, more insistent, and she could hear the voices of all the people who had been consumed calling out to her in harmony. The unnamed woman broke free and stumbled toward the door, fumbling with the handle. This time, Samantha didn't try to stop her. She was too busy fighting her own desire to follow, her own need to step into that beautiful darkness and let it wash away all her pain and fear and confusion. The woman opened the door and walked into the darkness with a sigh of relief. The mass embraced her eagerly, and for a moment Samantha could see all of their faces within it. Gary and Maria and the woman whose name she'd never learned. All of them peaceful and smiling and beckoning for her to join them. But she didn't join them. Instead, she grabbed Lily and ran toward the back of the cabin, hoping against hope that there might be another way out. The walls were almost completely transparent now, and she could see the darkness pressing in from all sides. But there was still a small area near what had once been a bathroom that seemed more solid than the rest. She threw her shoulder against the wall there and felt it give way like wet cardboard. Beyond it was another kind of darkness. Not the living, hungry darkness that had consumed the others, but the normal darkness of a forest at night. She could see stars through the canopy of trees, and she could smell pine and earth, and all the normal scents of the natural world. Without hesitation, she pushed Lily through the opening and followed her into the blessed reality of the ordinary forest. Behind them, the cabin was collapsing in on itself, the walls folding inward like a house of cards until there was nothing left but a small clearing where nothing grew. They ran through the forest until they found a trail, and followed the trail until they reached the main road. A passing motorist picked them up and drove them to the police station where Samantha tried to explain what had happened. The officers were kind but skeptical, and when they investigated the area she described, they found no trace of any cabin or clearing. Lily was returned to her family, who had been searching for her for 3 days. She never spoke about what had happened in the cabin, and within a few weeks she seemed to have forgotten it entirely. Children, Samantha learned, are remarkably resilient in the face of trauma that would destroy an adult's sanity. But Samantha never forgot. She couldn't forget. The memory of that place and what it had done to the people trapped there haunted her every dream and followed her through every waking hour. She moved to a different state, changed her phone number, and tried to rebuild her life. But she could never escape the knowledge that somewhere in the Colorado mountains there was a darkness that was still waiting, still hungry, still calling out to anyone who might be foolish enough to listen. That's why she couldn't come to my cabin. That's why she would never again venture into the deep woods where the darkness might be lurking, patient as a spider in its web, ready to welcome the next lost soul into its eternal embrace. This happened 2 years ago, during the summer before my senior year of high school. I was 17 then, living in the Catskill region of New York with my family. The area was perfect for someone like me who craved outdoor adventures, endless mountain ranges, winding hiking paths, and nature preserves that seemed to stretch on forever. Our suburban neighborhood sat right on the edge of wilderness, making it easy to disappear into the woods whenever I needed to escape. My friend Dylan was the lucky one among our group. His family had just moved into this incredible house that backed directly into the Catskill Nature Preserve. The property was something out of a magazine, a sprawling stone patio with an in-ground pool and hot tub, surrounded by perfectly manicured landscaping. But what made it truly special was what lay beyond the back fence, a professional fire pit area that connected to a well-maintained trail system leading deep into the mountains. Dylan's parents had struck gold with this purchase, and we all knew it. The house became our unofficial headquarters that summer, the launching point for countless adventures into the wilderness that stretched endlessly behind his backyard. Our friend group consisted of 4 core members: myself, Dylan, Trevor, and our newest addition, Camden. Camden had moved to the area just 3 months earlier, and while he'd integrated well into our group, he hadn't yet experienced what we considered our ultimate test of courage, a nighttime hike up the mountain trail. The trail itself was deceptively simple during daylight hours. After 5 minutes of walking through dense forest, you'd emerge into a breathtaking meadow filled with waist-high grass that swayed hypnotically in the breeze. The elevated field offered stunning views of the surrounding valley, with golden sunlight filtering through the trees and creating an almost magical atmosphere. Beyond the meadow, the trail continued to an abandoned railroad track that cut straight through the mountain. Crossing those tracks opened up access to the steeper, more challenging mountain path that led to our favorite lookout point. During the day, this hike was pure joy. At night, it transformed into something entirely different. The same peaceful meadow became an exposed danger zone where anything could be watching from the tree line. The railroad tracks, so picturesque in sunlight, turned into an eerie corridor that seemed to stretch infinitely in both directions, disappearing into absolute darkness. The mountain trail itself became a gauntlet of shadows and strange sounds, where every snapping twig could signal potential danger. We'd done night hikes before, but always as a complete group. Camden had only experienced the trail during daylight hours, hiking with us on lazy afternoon adventures when the biggest concern was sunburn. Now, as the summer progressed, we decided it was time for his initiation. The plan was simple. He would lead us up the mountain path at night, proving he had the courage and outdoor skills to be a true member of our tight-knit group. The afternoon leading up to that fateful night had been perfect. We'd spent hours at Dylan's pool, enjoying the freedom that came with his parents being away for the weekend. A group of girls from school had joined us for most of the day, but as evening approached, we'd made it clear this would be a guys-only adventure. By 10 o'clock, we were alone, sitting around the fire pit as the sun disappeared behind the mountains. The anticipation was building. Camden seemed nervous but excited, constantly asking questions about the trail difficulty and what to expect. Dylan assured him it would be fine, explaining how we'd done this hike dozens of times and knew every rock, root, and turn by heart. Trevor joked that the hardest part would be not laughing when Camden inevitably jumped at every shadow and sound. But as we gathered our supplies and prepared for the hike, I felt something I couldn't quite identify. The air seemed heavier than usual, and the familiar sounds of the forest had taken on an ominous quality. The crickets seemed louder, more aggressive. The wind through the trees carried an unusual chill despite the warm summer evening. Even the fire seemed to burn differently, casting shadows that moved in ways that made me uncomfortable. Looking back now, I wonder if some part of me sensed what was coming. Maybe it was instinct, or maybe it was just teenage paranoia. But something felt wrong about that night from the very beginning. Unfortunately, excitement and peer pressure overrode any caution I might have felt. We were 17-year-old boys convinced of our own invincibility, about to venture into darkness with no understanding of what waited for us in those woods. By 11 o'clock, we had gathered everything we thought we'd need. Heavy-duty flashlights with extra batteries, pocket knives, backpacks with water and snacks, and Dylan's father's emergency whistle in case we got separated. The gear felt reassuring in the bright lights of the house, but as we stepped through the back gate and onto the trail, everything took on a different weight. The familiar became foreign, and the comfortable became threatening. The initial section of the trail was narrow, forcing us to walk single file with Camden in the lead. The beam of his flashlight created a cone of visibility that extended maybe 15 feet ahead, beyond which everything disappeared into absolute blackness. The trees seemed to press in on both sides, their branches forming a canopy so thick that even the moonlight couldn't penetrate it. Every step we took seemed amplified in the silence, our footfalls echoing off the trees and creating a rhythm that sounded almost like pursuit. Camden was trying to project confidence, but I could see the tension in his shoulders and the way he kept sweeping his flashlight back and forth nervously. Behind him, Dylan offered encouragement and direction, pointing out familiar landmarks that were now barely visible in the darkness. Trevor brought up the rear, occasionally making jokes to lighten the mood, but even his usual humor seemed forced. The forest at night was alive in ways that daylight never revealed. Strange rustling sounds came from the underbrush on both sides of the trail, accompanied by distant calls from nocturnal animals we couldn't identify. Branches creaked overhead without any wind to move them. Leaves scattered across the path as if disturbed by invisible feet. The temperature seemed to drop with each step we took deeper into the woods, and I found myself pulling my jacket tighter despite the summer warmth we'd left behind at the house. After what felt like hours but was probably only 10 minutes, we reached the edge of the meadow. During the day, this transition was always dramatic and beautiful, stepping from forest shade into brilliant sunlight and expansive views. At night, it was terrifying. The meadow stretched out before us like a vast black ocean, with the tall grass creating waves of movement that could hide anything. The openness that felt so freeing during daylight now felt dangerously exposed. The moon was visible but partially obscured by clouds, providing just enough light to create confusing shadows and shapes throughout the field. The grass moved constantly, responding to wind currents we couldn't feel, creating the illusion of things moving through it. Every few seconds, a particularly strong gust would cause an entire section to bend and sway, looking exactly like something large pushing through it toward us. Camden stopped at the meadow's edge, his flashlight beam barely penetrating the darkness ahead. "How do we know where to go?" he asked, and I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. Dylan pointed toward the far side of the field, where the continuation of the trail was marked by a gap in the trees. It looked impossibly distant, and the path across the meadow was little more than a slightly worn track through the grass. We began crossing the field in a tight group, no longer maintaining the single-file formation. The exposed feeling was overwhelming. We were visible from any direction, with nowhere to hide if something went wrong. The grass on either side of the narrow path was tall enough to conceal a person, and it moved constantly, creating false alarms every few steps. My imagination began conjuring threats behind every shadow, and I found myself turning frequently to check our surroundings. Halfway across the meadow, we heard our first unexplained sound. It was a low, guttural noise that seemed to come from somewhere in the grass to our right. We all stopped immediately. Flashlights pointed toward the sound, but the beams revealed nothing except swaying vegetation. The noise lasted maybe 3 seconds, then stopped abruptly. We stood frozen, straining to hear any follow-up, but the meadow had returned to its normal symphony of wind and rustling grass. "Probably just a deer," Dylan whispered, but his voice lacked conviction. We resumed walking, but the pace had quickened noticeably. The remaining distance to the far tree line seemed to take forever, with each step feeling more urgent than the last. By the time we reached the continuation of the trail, we were all breathing heavily and constantly looking over our shoulders. The forest on the far side of the meadow felt different from what we'd left behind. The trees were older and larger, creating an even denser canopy that blocked out what little moonlight had been available in the field. The trail here was less maintained, with more obstacles to navigate and less clear direction. Camden continued to lead, but his progress had slowed considerably as he carefully picked his way around fallen logs and protruding roots. The section of trail leading to the railroad tracks was the most challenging part of the hike, even during daylight. The path wound steadily upward through increasingly dense forest, with several creek crossings and a notorious patch of thorn bushes that had to be navigated carefully. At night, these obstacles became genuine hazards that required constant attention and teamwork to overcome safely. The thorn bushes were particularly treacherous in the darkness. What looked like a simple detour during the day became a complex puzzle of finding openings between the thorny branches while maintaining our footing on uneven ground. We had to move through one at a time, with the person in front calling back warnings about particularly dangerous spots. My jacket got caught several times, and I could feel thorns scraping against my legs despite wearing thick jeans. Camden was struggling with the terrain, occasionally stumbling or getting momentarily disoriented when his flashlight beam didn't reveal enough detail to navigate safely. Dylan stayed close behind him, offering guidance and encouragement, but I could sense growing frustration in both of them. Trevor and I followed, trying to keep spirits up with occasional comments. But the oppressive atmosphere of the forest was making casual conversation increasingly difficult. The sounds around us had changed as we climbed higher. The familiar cricket chorus had faded, replaced by more mysterious noises. Occasional snapping branches, rustling that seemed too purposeful to be wind-driven, and distant calls that might have been owls but sounded somehow wrong. Our own noise seemed amplified in the forest, with every footstep, every whispered comment, every rustle of clothing echoing back from the trees in ways that made it sound like we were being followed. About 20 minutes into this section of the hike, we encountered the rocky hill that led up to the railroad tracks. During the day, this was a fun scramble over boulders and through crevices. At night, it became a dangerous climb that required complete focus and careful placement of every hand and foot. The rocks were damp from evening dew, making them slippery and unpredictable. Camden's flashlight could only illuminate one small section at a time, forcing us to climb largely by feel. I was third in the climbing order, following behind Dylan, when I heard Camden give a sharp intake of breath above us. "There's something up here," he said, his voice tight with tension. Dylan immediately climbed faster to reach him, and I could hear urgent whispered conversation above me. Trevor, still at the bottom of the rock face, called up asking what was happening. "Just some weird marks in the dirt," Dylan called back down, but his tone suggested he was more concerned than he was letting on. When I reached the top of the rocks and emerged onto the railroad right-of-way, I saw what had caught Camden's attention. The gravel between the rails was disturbed in a pattern that looked almost like footprints, but they were wrong somehow. Too long, with spacing that didn't match normal human stride patterns. The railroad tracks themselves stretched away in both directions, disappearing into complete darkness beyond the range of our flashlights. During daylight hours, you could see for miles in both directions, with the tracks following the natural contours of the mountain ridge. At night, they created a corridor of absolute blackness that seemed to swallow our light beams. The silence here was different too, heavier and more complete, as if the tracks absorbed sound rather than reflecting it. We gathered on the gravel bed between the rails, ostensibly to rest before tackling the final ascent to the lookout point, but really because none of us wanted to admit how unsettled we were becoming. The railroad had always been one of our favorite parts of the hike, a dramatic transition point where civilization's remnants met pure wilderness. Tonight, it felt ominous and unwelcoming. Camden kept his flashlight beam trained on the disturbed gravel, clearly bothered by what he'd found. "Those don't look like normal footprints," he said, stating what we were all thinking. Dylan knelt down to examine them more closely, but the shifting gravel made it impossible to determine exactly what had created the marks. They could have been animal tracks, or the result of maintenance workers, or just natural settling of the railroad bed, but they could also have been something else entirely. Trevor suggested we continue to the lookout point and worry about the tracks on our way back down. It was a reasonable proposal, and staying on schedule would get us back to the safety of Dylan's house sooner. But as we prepared to cross the tracks and enter the final section of trail, I noticed something that made my stomach clench with fear. The disturbed gravel wasn't just random scuffing. There was a clear pattern leading from where we stood toward the mountain trail entrance. Whatever had made those marks had been heading in the same direction we were planning to go, and the tracks looked recent. The final section of trail to the lookout point was typically our favorite part of the entire hike. The path was well maintained and clearly marked, winding through beautiful forest with several scenic overlooks along the way. The climb was challenging, but not difficult, and the anticipation of reaching our destination usually made the time pass quickly. Tonight, everything felt different. The moment we crossed the railroad tracks and entered the mountain trail proper, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The forest here felt older and wilder, with massive trees that must have been growing for centuries. Their trunks were so large that our flashlight beams couldn't illuminate their full circumference. creating the impression that we were walking through a grove of living pillars that disappeared into the darkness above our heads. Camden had settled into a steady rhythm leading our group, but I could see the strain was beginning to show. His flashlight beam wavered more frequently, and he was breathing harder than the moderate climb warranted. Dylan continued offering encouragement and navigation tips, but his own nervousness was becoming apparent in the way he kept checking over his shoulder and sweeping his light from side to side. The trail here followed a series of switchbacks that took us steadily higher up the mountain face. Each turn revealed a new section of forest, but also eliminated our view of where we'd just been. The effect was disorienting, making it impossible to maintain a sense of direction or distance traveled. What should have been a familiar route became a maze of similar-looking trees and shadows. About 15 minutes into the climb, we began hearing sounds that couldn't be easily explained. They started as occasional snapping branches somewhere in the forest around us, but the sounds seemed to follow our progress up the mountain. Whenever we stopped to listen, the noises stopped too. When we resumed hiking, they resumed as well, maintaining a consistent distance that suggested they were pacing us rather than coinciding with our movement by chance. Trevor was the first to voice what we were all thinking. "Is something following us?" he whispered during one of our listening stops. The question hung in the air, unanswered, because none of us wanted to confirm what we were all suspecting. Dylan suggested it was probably just echo effects from our own footsteps, but even he didn't sound convinced by his explanation. The sounds grew more distinct as we climbed higher. What had started as random branch snapping evolved into a rhythm that definitely suggested bipedal movement. There would be two distinct sounds in succession, like footsteps, followed by a pause, then two more sounds. The timing matched human walking pace, but the sounds themselves were wrong. They were too heavy, as if whatever was making them weighed much more than a normal person, or was deliberately stepping harder than necessary. Camden's pace had increased noticeably, and he was no longer stopping to carefully examine obstacles before navigating them. His urgency was infectious, and soon we were all moving faster than was safe on the uneven trail. Several times one of us stumbled or nearly tripped, but we kept pushing upward, driven by a growing sense that we needed to reach the lookout point as quickly as possible. The temperature seemed to drop with each step we climbed, despite the physical exertion that should have warmed us up. The air felt thinner too, though we weren't at high enough elevation for that to make sense. Most disturbing of all, the familiar scents of the forest, pine, earth, decaying leaves, were being overwhelmed by something else. It was a musty, organic smell that reminded me of wet animal fur, but stronger and more unpleasant. When we were perhaps 10 minutes from the lookout point, Camden suddenly stopped so abruptly that Dylan nearly collided with him. "Did you guys hear that?" Camden whispered, his voice barely audible. We all strained to listen, and after a few seconds we heard what had caught his attention. It was a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard in the forest, a low, rhythmic noise that seemed to come from somewhere ahead of us on the trail. It wasn't quite growling and wasn't quite breathing, but it had elements of both. The sound came in regular intervals, lasting about 3 seconds each time, with 5-second pauses between repetitions. We stood frozen on the trail, listening to this mysterious sound and trying to determine its source and distance. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the lookout point, which meant whatever was making it was positioned between us and our destination. The logical response would have been to turn around and head back down the mountain, but teenage pride and curiosity overrode common sense. Dylan suggested we continue but move more carefully, staying alert for any signs of danger. Camden agreed, though I could see his hands shaking as he gripped his flashlight. Trevor and I exchanged glances that communicated our shared nervousness, but neither of us wanted to be the one to suggest retreat. We resumed climbing, but now every step felt like a move in a dangerous game where we didn't know the rules or understand the stakes. The final approach to the lookout point had always been the most rewarding part of our hike. The trail made one last steep climb through a gap in the rock face, then opened onto a natural stone platform that offered spectacular views of the Hudson River Valley below. On clear nights, you could see lights from towns 20 miles away, creating a glittering tapestry that made the challenging hike worthwhile. Tonight, as we approached that familiar gap in the rocks, everything felt wrong. The mysterious sound we'd been hearing had stopped about 5 minutes earlier, leaving us in a silence that felt heavy and expectant. Camden's flashlight beam revealed the familiar rock formation ahead, but the shadows seemed deeper and more ominous than they should have been. We reached the base of the final climb and paused to catch our breath and steel our nerves. The rock face that led to the lookout point was maybe 15 feet high, with natural handholds and ledges that made it an easy scramble during daylight. At night, it became a treacherous climb where a single misstep could result in a serious fall. Camden went first, his flashlight clamped between his teeth to free both hands for climbing. The beam created wild, swinging shadows as he moved, making it difficult for the rest of us to follow his progress. Dylan went next, then me, with Trevor bringing up the rear. The climb took several minutes, with each of us calling out warnings about loose rocks or tricky handholds. When I finally pulled myself over the edge onto the lookout platform, I was surprised by what I saw. Camden and Dylan were standing at the far edge of the platform, but they weren't looking out at the valley view. Instead, they were staring at something on the stone surface near their feet. Their body language suggested confusion and concern. "What is it?" I asked as I approached them, with Trevor climbing up behind me. Dylan pointed his flashlight at the ground, revealing what had caught their attention. The stone platform was covered with marks that looked like they'd been scratched or scraped into the rock surface. The marks formed rough patterns that might have been random, but seemed too deliberate to be natural weathering. The scratches were deep enough to be clearly visible in our flashlight beams, and they covered an area roughly 10 feet square in the center of the platform. Some of the marks looked recent, with sharp edges that hadn't been worn smooth by weather. Others appeared older, creating layers of scratching that suggested whatever had made them had been returning to this spot repeatedly over time. Trevor joined us and immediately noticed something we'd missed. "Look at this," he said, directing his flashlight to the edge of the platform. There, clearly visible in the dirt that had accumulated in cracks between the stones, were the same unusual footprint patterns we'd seen at the railroad tracks. But these were clearer and more defined, showing what definitely looked like foot shapes but with proportions that weren't quite human. The prints were longer than normal human feet and narrower. But most disturbing was the spacing between them. The stride length suggested something with much longer legs than any of us possessed. The depth of the impressions indicated significant weight, but the narrow shape suggested something lean rather than bulky. We stood in a tight group in the center of the platform, flashlights pointed downward at the evidence around us. The spectacular view that had drawn us here was forgotten, overshadowed by the growing realization that we weren't alone on this mountain. Something else used this lookout point, and based on the extensive markings, it had been coming here regularly. The wind had picked up since we'd reached the platform, creating a constant rustling in the trees below us, and making it difficult to distinguish between natural sounds and potential threats. Every few seconds, a particularly strong gust would cause branches to scrape against each other, producing sounds that could easily be mistaken for movement or voices. Camden was the first to suggest we should leave. "I don't like this," he said, stating what we were all feeling. Whatever made these marks might come back. Dylan agreed, and we began preparing for the descent. But as we gathered near the edge where we'd climbed up, Trevor made an observation that stopped us cold. "The footprints," he said, pointing his flashlight toward the climbing route. "They continue down the rocks. Whatever made them went down the same way we came up." He traced the beam along the stone surface, revealing clear impressions in the dirt and moss that covered the rock face. The prints led from the platform down toward the trail we just climbed. The implications were terrifying. If these tracks were recent, and if whatever made them had descended the same route we'd used to reach the lookout, then it might still be somewhere on the trail below us. Our route back to safety could be blocked by whatever creature had been using this place as its territory. We spent several minutes discussing options, but there really was only one choice. We had to go back down the same trail we'd used to reach the lookout point. The alternative was spending the night on the exposed platform, which none of us were prepared for. As frightening as the descent might be, staying put seemed even more dangerous. Dylan took the lead for the climb back down to the trail, with Camden following behind him. I went third, and Trevor brought up the rear. The descent was nerve-wracking, with every handhold and footstep requiring careful testing before committing our weight. The knowledge that something else had recently made this same climb added an extra layer of anxiety to an already challenging task. When we finally reached the trail level and regrouped, we made a decision that probably saved our lives. Instead of heading directly back down the mountain the same way we'd come up, we decided to take the longer route that branched off from the main trail about halfway down. This alternate path would add 15 minutes to our descent, but it would also take us away from whatever might be waiting on the direct route. The trail fork that would prove so significant to our night was located about halfway down the mountain, at a point where the main path was joined by an older, less maintained route that eventually merged back with the primary trail near the bottom. During our daytime hikes, we'd explored both branches and knew they were equally safe, though the alternate route was longer and more challenging. Our original plan had been simple. Camden would take the longer path alone as a final test of his courage and navigation skills, while the rest of us took the direct route back to the railroad tracks. We'd meet up at the bottom, complete Camden's initiation with congratulations and backslapping, then head home to celebrate another successful adventure. The plan seemed reasonable when we discussed it at Dylan's house, but now, after everything we'd experienced, it felt recklessly dangerous. However, Camden insisted on going through with the original plan. "I didn't come this far to chicken out now," he said, trying to project confidence despite the obvious fear in his voice. "Besides, if something is following the main trail, the alternate route might actually be safer." His logic was sound, but the idea of splitting up our group felt wrong given what we'd encountered. Dylan tried to convince him to stick with us, pointing out that the initiation was just a symbolic gesture and that he'd already proven his courage by leading us to the lookout point under such difficult conditions. But Camden was adamant, and eventually we agreed to proceed with the original plan, though with significant modifications for safety. We synchronized our watches and established check-in procedures. Camden would signal us with his flashlight every 5 minutes, and we would respond with our own lights to confirm visual contact. If anyone failed to make contact at the designated times, the other group would immediately come looking. We also agreed on emergency signals and established a rendezvous point at the bottom of the trail. The split in the trail was marked by a large boulder that served as a natural landmark. The main path continued straight, following the most direct route down the mountain. The alternate route branched off to the right, winding through denser forest before eventually curving back to rejoin the main trail. During daylight, both paths were clearly visible and well marked. At night, the alternate route disappeared into darkness within a few feet of the split. Camden checked his gear one final time, making sure his flashlight batteries were fresh and his phone was easily accessible. We reviewed the timing once more, confirmed the check-in signals, and wished him luck. He seemed nervous but determined as he headed into the trees, his flashlight beam quickly disappearing among the thick vegetation. Dylan, Trevor, and I continued down the main trail, but our progress was much slower than usual. Every few minutes, we stopped to watch for Camden's signal light, scanning the trees to our right, where we knew his alternate route was running roughly parallel to our position. The first few check-ins went smoothly, with his light appearing right on schedule and our response signals acknowledging his safe progress. But as we descended further down the mountain, the terrain became more challenging and the distance between the two trails increased. By the fourth check-in, Camden's signal was barely visible through the dense forest, appearing as just a brief flicker of light that might have been imagination. We responded with our own signals, but we couldn't be sure he'd seen them. The main trail at this section was steep and rocky, requiring careful attention to foot placement and frequent use of trees and boulders for balance and support. Under normal circumstances, we would have been moving quickly and confidently, but tonight every shadow and sound demanded investigation. Our progress slowed to a cautious crawl that ate up precious time. When the fifth check-in time arrived, we stopped and waited, flashlights ready to respond to Camden's signal. 5 minutes passed, with no sign of his light. We waited another 5 minutes, then began signaling frantically in hopes that our lights might attract his attention if he was having trouble seeing us. Still no response. Dylan made the decision to leave the main trail and try to locate Camden's alternate route. The forest between the two paths was thick and challenging, with no established trail to follow. We had to push through dense undergrowth and navigate around fallen trees and rock formations, all while trying to maintain our sense of direction. After 15 minutes of difficult bushwhacking, we found what we thought was Camden's trail, but there was no sign of recent passage. The path was overgrown and appeared to have been unused for months. Either we'd found the wrong route, or Camden had gotten lost and wandered off the trail entirely. Trevor suggested that Camden might have reached the bottom ahead of schedule and was waiting for us at the rendezvous point. It was possible he'd moved quickly down the alternate route and simply hadn't seen our signals due to the terrain. This optimistic scenario seemed increasingly unlikely as time passed, but it was better than considering the alternatives. We made our way back to the main trail and resumed our descent, moving as quickly as safety allowed. The need to find Camden and confirm his safety had become our primary concern, overriding the caution that had been guiding our movements earlier in the night. But as we approached the bottom of the mountain and the junction with the railroad tracks, a new fear began to take hold. What if whatever we'd been sensing on the mountain had found Camden on his solitary route? What if his failure to make the check-in signals wasn't due to equipment problems or navigation errors, but because something had prevented him from continuing his descent? We reached the railroad tracks in record time, our concern for Camden overriding the caution that had been governing our movements throughout the night. The familiar gravel bed and steel rails looked exactly as they had during our ascent, but the atmosphere felt different, more charged with tension and possibility. We immediately began searching for signs of Camden's arrival, but found no evidence that he'd reached the rendezvous point. Dylan called Camden's name several times, but kept his voice low, unwilling to announce our presence too loudly to whatever might be listening in the darkness. The calls echoed off the surrounding trees and faded into silence with no response. We tried his cell phone, but the calls went straight to voicemail, suggesting his phone was either turned off or out of battery. Trevor suggested we wait at the tracks for another 15 minutes before taking further action. Camden might have encountered difficulties on the alternate trail that delayed his arrival, or he might have taken a wrong turn and needed extra time to find his way back to the correct route. 15 minutes would give him a reasonable window to appear, while not delaying our own safety unnecessarily. We positioned ourselves on a large boulder beside the tracks, where we'd have a clear view in all directions, and could easily spot Camden's flashlight when he emerged from the forest. The waiting was agony. Every sound from the surrounding woods could have been Camden approaching, or it could have been something else entirely. The darkness seemed to pulse with potential threats and false hopes. Halfway through our wait, we heard movement in the forest on the opposite side of the tracks from where we expected Camden to emerge. It was definitely the sound of something large moving through the underbrush, breaking branches and disturbing leaves in a way that suggested significant size and weight. We turned our flashlights toward the sound, but the beams couldn't penetrate the dense vegetation far enough to reveal the source. The movement continued for several minutes, following a path parallel to the railroad tracks but staying within the cover of the trees. Whatever was making the sound was deliberately avoiding the open area around the tracks, suggesting either animal wariness or something more calculated. The sounds were rhythmic and purposeful, definitely not the random movement of a deer or other common forest animal. As we strained to track the movement through the trees, Dylan suddenly grabbed my arm and pointed toward the trail opening where we'd expected Camden to appear. A figure was emerging from the forest, but even in the poor light, it was clear that something was wrong. The silhouette was human-sized but moved in a way that seemed unnatural, too fluid, with a gait that didn't match normal walking patterns. We trained our flashlights on the figure, but the distance and intervening vegetation made it impossible to make out clear details. What we could see was disturbing enough. The figure was tall and lean, with proportions that seemed slightly off, arms that hung too long, a posture that was too straight, movements that were too smooth and controlled. The figure paused at the edge of the cleared area around the tracks, as if sensing our presence or evaluating the situation. For several long moments, it remained motionless, creating a standoff where neither side moved or made sound. The silence was broken only by the continuing movement in the forest on the opposite side of the tracks, suggesting that whatever we were seeing was not alone. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure stepped backward into the forest and disappeared. The movement was so fluid and quick that it seemed almost like a magic trick. One moment it was visible, the next it was gone without any sound of retreat or continued movement through the underbrush. We sat in stunned silence, trying to process what we'd just witnessed. The figure had been roughly where Camden should have emerged from the alternate trail, but it definitely hadn't been Camden. The size, movement, and behavior were all wrong. The implications were terrifying. If this thing had come from Camden's route, what had happened to our friend? Dylan made the decision that probably saved our lives. "We're leaving," he announced, standing up from the boulder. "Right now. Camden will have to find his own way back." It seemed like abandonment, but the alternative, investigating further or waiting longer, felt increasingly dangerous. We began moving quickly along the railroad tracks toward the trail that would take us back to Dylan's house. But before we'd gone more than 100 yards, we heard Camden's voice calling our names from somewhere in the forest behind us. The relief was overwhelming, but it was immediately tempered by confusion and new fear. Camden's voice was coming from the wrong direction, not from the trail where the figure had appeared, but from deeper in the forest on the far side of the tracks. How had he gotten there? And why did his voice sound strange, carrying an echo or distortion that made it seem unnatural? We stopped and called back to him, trying to guide him toward our location. But as we listened to his responses, something felt increasingly wrong. The voice was definitely Camden's, but the words were oddly phrased, and the responses didn't quite match our questions. It was as if someone was imitating Camden's voice, but didn't fully understand the context of our conversation. Trevor pointed out something that made our blood freeze. "Listen to the timing," he whispered. "His voice and the movement in the forest aren't matching up." He was right. We could still hear something moving through the trees, but the sounds weren't coming from the same location as the voice calling our names. The realization hit us simultaneously. Whatever was calling to us in Camden's voice wasn't Camden. It was something else. Something that had learned to mimic human speech, but couldn't perfectly replicate human behavior. The real Camden was still missing, and something that shouldn't exist was trying to lure us deeper into the forest. We ran. The sprint back to Dylan's house was the longest 20 minutes of my life. We abandoned all pretense of stealth or caution, crashing through the forest with our flashlights sweeping wildly ahead of us, focused solely on putting as much distance as possible between ourselves and whatever we'd encountered at the railroad tracks. Behind us, Camden's voice continued calling our names, but the calls grew more distorted and less human with each repetition. The trail back through the forest seemed longer than usual, with familiar landmarks appearing in unexpected locations or not appearing at all. Several times we took wrong turns that led to dead ends or unfamiliar sections of forest, forcing us to backtrack and waste precious time. The disorientation was so complete that I began to wonder if the trails themselves had somehow changed, rearranged by whatever forces controlled this part of the mountain. Dylan led our panicked retreat, using his superior knowledge of the area to navigate by instinct when the regular trail markers failed us. Trevor and I followed closely, occasionally stumbling over roots or rocks but maintaining our desperate pace. Our flashlight beams created a small bubble of visibility around us, but beyond that cone of light, the forest pressed in with malevolent presence. The sounds of pursuit were sporadic but unmistakable. Branches breaking, leaves rustling, and occasionally that voice that sounded like Camden but carried undertones that made it clear it was something else entirely. Whatever was following us was staying just out of sight, matching our pace but not attempting to close the distance. The psychological effect was more terrifying than direct confrontation would have been. When we finally reached the meadow that marked the halfway point of our return journey, we discovered that our ordeal was far from over. The open field that had felt so exposed during our outbound journey now felt like a trap. The tall grass provided cover for anything that might be stalking us, while leaving us visible to observation from the surrounding tree line. We paused at the edge of the meadow, breathing heavily and trying to gather courage for the crossing. The field looked different than it had earlier. The grass seemed taller and denser, moving in patterns that didn't match the wind direction. Dark patches throughout the field might have been shadows, or might have been something else entirely. Dylan suggested we circle around the meadow rather than crossing directly, but that would add significant time to our journey and force us through unfamiliar terrain. Trevor argued for the direct route, pointing out that speed was more important than stealth at this point. I found myself unable to make a decision, paralyzed by the knowledge that either choice could lead to disaster. The decision was made for us when we heard the sound that had haunted us earlier in the evening. That low, rhythmic noise that wasn't quite growling and wasn't quite breathing. It was coming from the forest behind us, much closer than before. Whatever had been following us was preparing to emerge from the trees, and we were caught in the open with nowhere to hide. We ran across the meadow in a straight line, abandoning any pretense of tactical movement. The tall grass whipped against our legs and tangled around our feet, making each step a struggle. Our flashlights created crazy patterns of light and shadow as we ran, occasionally illuminating shapes in the grass that might have been rocks or logs or something worse. Halfway across the field, Trevor tripped and went down hard, his flashlight flying from his hand and disappearing into the grass. Dylan and I immediately stopped to help him, but in those few seconds of vulnerability, we heard something that nearly destroyed our remaining composure. The mimicked voice of Camden was now coming from multiple directions, as if several sources were calling our names simultaneously. We found Trevor's flashlight and got him back on his feet, but he was limping badly from what was probably a sprained ankle. The final sprint to the forest edge took everything we had, with Dylan and I supporting Trevor between us, while constantly checking over our shoulders for signs of pursuit. When we finally reached the continuation of the trail on the far side of the meadow, we allowed ourselves one brief moment of hope. We were almost back to Dylan's house, almost to safety and lights and locked doors. But as we entered the final section of Forest Trail, we made a discovery that crushed that hope immediately. Dylan's cell phone was missing. He'd had it when we reached the railroad tracks. I remembered him checking it when we were trying to call Camden. But now it was gone, dropped somewhere during our panicked retreat. Without that phone, his parents would be unable to reach him when they returned from their weekend trip. The consequences of losing it would be severe, but the thought of returning to search for it was unthinkable. Yet Dylan was adamant. "I have to go back," he said, his voice showing the strain of the night's events. "I can't afford to lose that phone. My parents will kill me, and we'll all get in trouble." Trevor and I tried to talk him out of it, pointing out the obvious dangers, but Dylan was determined. We reached a compromise that satisfied no one but seemed like the only viable option. Dylan would return to the meadow edge to search for his phone, while Trevor and I continued to the house in safety. We would keep trying to call the phone until Dylan could hear it ringing, then guide him to its location by voice. It was a terrible plan, but every alternative seemed worse. Dylan disappeared back into the forest, leaving Trevor and me to complete the final 10 minutes of trail to his house. Those 10 minutes felt like hours, with every shadow potentially concealing threat and every sound potentially signaling danger. When we finally emerged from the trees and saw the lights of Dylan's backyard, the relief was overwhelming. We made it to the pool area and immediately began calling Dylan's phone, listening for the sound of ringing that would help him locate it. After several attempts, the phone was answered, and we heard Dylan's voice reporting that he'd found it. But something in his tone was wrong. Too calm, too controlled, lacking the relief and urgency we expected. The conversation continued for several minutes, with Dylan claiming he was on his way back but needing more time due to some unspecified difficulty with the trail. His responses to our questions were reasonable but somehow felt rehearsed, as if he was following a script rather than having a natural conversation. It was Trevor who first voiced the suspicion we were both feeling. "That's not Dylan," he said after we'd ended the call. Something's wrong with his voice. I had noticed it too. Subtle differences in inflection and phrasing that suggested we weren't talking to our friend at all. We tried calling back, but now the phone went straight to voicemail. We waited another 20 minutes, then tried again with the same result. Dylan never returned to the house that night. When his parents came home the next morning, we had to explain that he'd gone missing during a hiking trip and that we'd lost contact with him somewhere in the forest. The search and rescue operation lasted 3 days and involved dozens of volunteers, but no trace of Dylan was ever found. The official conclusion was that he'd gotten lost in the extensive forest system and either succumbed to exposure or fallen from one of the many cliff areas in the region. His body was never recovered. Camden was found 2 days later, nearly 10 miles from where we'd last seen him, sitting beside a rural highway with no memory of how he'd gotten there. He remembered starting down the alternate trail, but claimed his next clear memory was waking up beside the road with concerned motorists trying to help him. Medical examination revealed no physical injuries, but he displayed signs of severe psychological trauma and would never discuss what had happened during his missing time. Trevor and I kept our mouths shut about the supernatural elements of that night. Who would have believed us? Instead, we supported the official theory about getting lost and separated in unfamiliar terrain. But we both knew the truth was far stranger and more terrifying than anyone was prepared to accept. I still have nightmares about that night. Dreams where I'm back in those dark woods listening to voices that sound like my friends, but carry undertones of something inhuman. Sometimes I wake up convinced I can hear Dylan calling my name from somewhere outside my bedroom window. The rational part of my mind knows it's just trauma and guilt, but there's always that small part that wonders if something followed us back from the mountain. The trail behind Dylan's old house was closed permanently after 3 more hikers went missing over the following year. The official reason was unstable terrain and dangerous wildlife, but locals whispered about stranger explanations. The house itself sat empty for months before Dylan's family finally sold it to buyers from out of state who had no knowledge of its history. I never went night hiking again. Some experiences change you in fundamental ways, and that night in the Catskill Mountains taught me that there are things in this world that we're not meant to encounter. Sometimes the darkness that surrounds us isn't empty. Sometimes it's full of things that are better left undiscovered. The guilt over Dylan's disappearance will stay with me forever. If we hadn't split up, if we hadn't let him go back for that phone, if we'd been braver or smarter or just made different choices, maybe he'd still be alive. But what if is a dangerous game when you're dealing with forces beyond human understanding. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, and some questions are too dangerous to ask. I tell this story not to entertain or frighten, but as a warning. The wilderness holds secrets that have been hidden for good reasons. If you find yourself in the deep woods at night and you start to sense that you're not alone, trust that instinct. If you hear voices calling your name from the darkness, don't assume they belong to friends. And if something seems wrong in ways you can't quite explain, don't ignore that feeling in the name of logic or bravery. Some things should be left alone in the darkness where they belong. Back in 2003, when I was 14, I found solace in the dense woodlands that stretched behind our family's property in the mountains of West Virginia. Our house sat on the edge of civilization, where the suburban sprawl gave way to untamed wilderness that seemed to swallow sound and light with equal hunger. The locals called the looming peaks mountains, though they were more accurately described as ancient hills worn down by millennia of wind and rain. Still, They towered above everything else in our valley, casting long shadows that crept across our yard each evening like grasping fingers. My daily companions were 3 dogs. Rusty, a massive golden retriever St. Bernard mix whose gentle nature belied his intimidating size. Pepper, a beagle whose nose never stopped twitching at invisible scents. And Bandit, the neighbor's scrappy terrier mix who had adopted our pack as his own family. These animals became my escape from the suffocating atmosphere at home, where my father's drinking had transformed our once peaceful household into a battlefield of slammed doors and raised voices. The woods called to me like a siren song. Every morning after breakfast, I would whistle for the dogs and we'd disappear into the green maze for hours. Our usual route took us through a concrete culvert that passed beneath the county road, following Anderson Creek as it wound its way up toward the base of the mountain. The creek sang to us as we walked, a constant burbling melody that drowned out the distant sounds of traffic and human activity. The destination of our daily pilgrimage was a pond nestled in a natural amphitheater at the mountain's base. Surrounded by towering pine trees that seemed to scratch at the sky with their needle-sharp branches, the water reflected the canopy above like a dark mirror. The air here tasted different, cleaner somehow, but also heavier, as if it carried the weight of secrets hidden in the mountain's belly. I had discovered an old deer stand constructed from weathered planks and rusted nails, probably abandoned by hunters years before my family moved to the area. The wooden platform sat 15 feet above the ground, offering a commanding view of the pond and the creek that fed it. From this vantage point, I could observe the wildlife that called these woods home. White-tailed deer that moved like ghosts through the underbrush, squirrels that chattered angrily at our intrusion, and rabbits that froze like statues when they sensed our presence. Once, I had watched a black bear emerge from the tree line to drink from the pond's edge. My heart hammered against my ribs as the massive creature lowered its head to the water, muscles rippling beneath its dark fur. The dogs had remained perfectly still, some primal instinct warning them not to challenge this apex predator. After what felt like an eternity, the bear had simply melted back into the forest, leaving only paw prints in the mud as evidence of its visit. The woods became my refuge from the chaos of adolescence. My body was changing in ways that embarrassed and confused me, growth spurts that left me clumsy and self-conscious. At home, I felt trapped between childhood and adulthood, neither fish nor fowl. But here, surrounded by ancient trees and the steady pulse of nature, I could simply exist without judgment or expectation. The property where our pond sat belonged to the old Hartley tobacco farm, though the family had stopped actively farming the land years ago. A dirt track, barely wide enough for a pickup truck, wound between clusters of pine trees and eventually connected to the main road. The nearest houses were scattered like islands in the forest, their lights barely visible through the thick canopy even at night. Sometimes the woods felt ominous, especially when storm clouds gathered overhead and cast the world into premature twilight. The trees would creak and groan in the wind, their branches scraping against each other with sounds that resembled whispered conversations in a language I couldn't understand. But I always convinced myself these feelings were simply products of an overactive imagination, remnants of childhood fears that I was determined to outgrow. The creek that supplied the pond remained a mystery to me. Unlike the clearly defined waterway that carried runoff down the mountain, the source creek seemed to play hide-and-seek, disappearing into underground channels only to bubble up again yards away. I had always been too cautious to follow it very far into the mountain's depths, where the trees grew so thick that sunlight barely penetrated their canopy. But as autumn painted the leaves in shades of fire and gold, my curiosity finally overcame my caution. The days were growing shorter, and soon winter would force me to find indoor diversions. If I was going to solve the mystery of the creek's source, it had to be now. The morning I decided to trace the creek to its source dawned gray and overcast, with low-hanging clouds that seemed to press down on the world like a heavy blanket. The air carried the sharp scent of decomposing leaves and the promise of rain. As I called for the dogs, A strange restlessness had settled in my bones. A feeling I couldn't quite name, but that made me eager to lose myself in the woods. We followed our usual path through the culvert and along the creek, but instead of stopping at the pond, I led my four-legged companions past our normal playground and deeper into the mountain's embrace. The trees here grew differently than in the lower elevations. Taller, straighter, with trunks so thick that three people holding hands couldn't encircle them. Their bark was dark with moisture, and thick moss carpeted their roots like green velvet. The creek itself seemed wilder here, tumbling over rocks and fallen logs with more urgency than the gentle babbling I was accustomed to. Every few hundred yards the water would vanish into the earth, swallowed by some invisible mouth in the mountain's bedrock. Then, just when I thought I had lost the trail entirely, I would spot it emerging from beneath a boulder or bubbling up from a depression in the forest floor. The dogs seemed unusually alert as we climbed higher, their ears pricked forward and their noses working overtime to process the complex cocktail of scents that grew stronger with each step. Rusty, normally the most laid back of the three, kept glancing back at me with what I could only describe as concern in his warm brown eyes. Pepper had abandoned his usual habit of investigating every interesting smell, instead staying close to my side with his tail held low. The silence pressed against my eardrums like water. In all my time in these woods, I had never experienced such complete absence of sound. No bird calls echoed through the trees, no rustling betrayed the presence of small mammals scurrying through the underbrush. Even the insects seemed to have vanished, leaving only the sound of our footsteps and the creek's journey toward the valley below. After what felt like hours of climbing, though it was probably only 30 minutes, the creek took a sharp turn around a cluster of moss-covered boulders. The water disappeared once again, but this time I could see where it re-emerged, a thin trickle seeping from beneath an overhanging ledge about 50 yards ahead. My heart quickened with the excitement of discovery. Finally, I would solve the mystery that had puzzled me for months. But as I approached the spring's source, the atmosphere in the woods shifted in a way that made my skin crawl. The air grew thick and heavy, as if a storm was building, though the overcast sky showed no signs of breaking. More disturbing was the smell that began to assault my nostrils, a stench so foul and overwhelming that I had to breathe through my mouth to keep from gagging. It wasn't the clean decay of fallen leaves, or even the sharp ammonia scent of animal waste. This was something else entirely. Something that seemed to bypass my nose and attack my brain directly with its wrongness. The odor carried notes of rotting meat, but underneath lay something else. Something chemical and artificial that had no place in this natural setting. My body reacted before my mind could process what was happening. Every muscle tensed. Every nerve fired warning signals that something was terribly, fundamentally wrong. The hair on my arms stood up as if charged with electricity, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead despite the cool mountain air. The dogs felt it too. All three animals had frozen in place, their bodies rigid with alert attention. Rusty's massive head swiveled slowly from side to side, scanning the forest for threats I couldn't see. Pepper had begun to whine, a high-pitched keen that seemed to vibrate in harmony with the wrongness permeating the air around us. And then, from somewhere beyond the rocky outcropping where the spring emerged, came a sound that transformed my unease into raw terror. It started as a low rumble, so deep I felt it more than heard it, vibrating through the soles of my feet and up into my chest cavity. The sound had no animal equivalent I could identify. Too large for a dog's growl, too sustained for a bear's warning call, too primal for anything that belonged in a civilized world. The rumble built in intensity, and beneath it I began to detect something that made my knees weak. Intelligence. This wasn't the random noise of wind through trees or water flowing over rocks. Something was producing this sound deliberately, something that was aware of our presence and was responding to our intrusion into its domain. The rumbling ceased as abruptly as it had begun, leaving behind a silence so complete it felt solid. In that moment of absolute quiet, I became hyper-aware of my own mortality. My heart thundered against my ribs with such force I was certain whatever lurked beyond those rocks could hear it. Each breath seemed unnaturally loud, each small movement of my clothing amplified to the point of embarrassment. Then Bandit, the smallest and usually the bravest of my canine companions, did something I had never seen him do before. He tucked his tail so far between his legs it nearly touched his belly, and a sound escaped his throat that wasn't quite a whimper and wasn't quite a growl. It was the sound of an animal confronting something so far outside his understanding that his normal behavioral responses had simply shut down. That's when I saw the tracks. Pressed deep into the soft mud beside the spring were impressions unlike anything I had ever encountered. They were roughly humanoid in shape, but far too large, each one easily twice the length of my own foot. The depth of the impression suggested whatever had made them carried enormous weight, and the spacing between them indicated a stride length that would have been impossible for any human. But it was the details that made my stomach lurch with primal fear. 5 toe marks, each ending in what appeared to be a claw or nail that had gouged additional furrows in the earth. The ball of the foot had pressed so deep into the ground that water was already beginning to seep into the depression. These weren't old tracks. They were fresh, possibly made within the last few hours. The stench grew stronger as I stared at the evidence of something's presence, and I realized with growing horror that the smell wasn't coming from carrion or waste. It was coming from the creature itself, a living musk so potent and alien that my body recognized it as belonging to a predator, something that viewed me not as a fellow inhabitant of the forest, but as potential prey. Rusty made the decision for all of us. Without warning, he barreled into me from behind with enough force to knock me backward several steps, his massive frame positioning itself between me and the source of those tracks. His hackles had risen to form a ridge of bristling fur along his spine, and his lips were pulled back to reveal teeth that suddenly looked far more formidable than I had ever noticed. Pepper and Bandit flanked me immediately, their own defensive postures transforming my gentle companions into a pack of guard animals I barely recognized. All 3 dogs began to back away from the spring, their eyes never leaving the shadows beyond the rocky overhang. They moved with a coordination that spoke of instincts far older than their domestication, behaviors programmed into their DNA by millions of years of evolution. The message was clear. We were in the presence of an apex predator, and our only chance of survival was immediate retreat. I didn't need to be told twice. Fighting every instinct that urged me to run screaming down the mountain, I began to back away slowly, keeping my movements smooth and deliberate. I had read enough about predatory animals to know that sudden movements could trigger a chase response, and something deep in my lizard brain warned me that if this thing decided to pursue us, no amount of running would save us. The woods around us had taken on a menacing quality that I had never noticed before. Every shadow seemed to conceal watching eyes. Every rustle of wind through the leaves sounded like footsteps. The trees themselves appeared to lean inward, their branches reaching toward us like gnarled fingers eager to snare the unwary. We had retreated perhaps 100 yards when I heard it again, that rumbling growl that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath our feet. This time, however, it was closer, much closer, and it was moving. The sound of something large crashing through the underbrush reached us, branches snapping and leaves rustling with the passage of a body that clearly had no interest in moving quietly. Whatever was pursuing us had abandoned stealth in favor of intimidation, and the psychological effect was devastating. My careful retreat collapsed into a barely controlled stumble as the dogs began to panic in earnest. Rusty pushed against my legs, nearly knocking me off balance in his eagerness to put distance between us and whatever was coming. Pepper had begun to bark, sharp yips of terror that echoed off the mountain slopes and came back to us distorted and strange. The crashing sounds were getting closer, and now I could hear something else that made my blood freeze in my veins. Breathing. Deep, rhythmic inhalations and exhalations that spoke of something far larger than any animal I had ever encountered. The breathing had an almost mechanical quality, as if it were being produced by some massive bellows rather than living lungs. My retreat became a race for survival as the sounds of pursuit grew closer with each passing second. The dogs had abandoned all pretense of calm, their panic infectious and absolute. Rusty's massive form crashed through the underbrush beside me, his usual grace replaced by desperate urgency. Pepper's barks had risen to an almost hysterical pitch, while Bandit ran in tight circles, unable to decide which direction offered the greatest safety. The breathing behind us had changed, becoming more labored and somehow angry. Whatever was following us was having to work harder to navigate the thick forest, but it showed no signs of giving up the chase. If anything, the sounds of its pursuit were becoming more aggressive, more determined. Through the trees ahead, I caught glimpses of the dirt road that would lead us back to civilization. The sight filled me with desperate hope, but I knew we had at least another quarter-mile to cover, and the terrain between us and safety was some of the most treacherous in the entire forest. Fallen logs created natural barriers that would slow our progress, while shallow creek crossings threatened to trip us up and leave us vulnerable. Behind us, the crashing sounds had taken on a rhythm that suggested our pursuer was no longer simply following our trail, but was actively trying to cut us off. The sounds would grow distant for a few moments, then suddenly seem to come from a completely different direction, as if whatever was chasing us possessed an intimate knowledge of these woods that allowed it to take shortcuts we couldn't even imagine. The stench followed us like a malevolent cloud, growing stronger whenever the sounds of pursuit drew near. It was the smell of something that had never known soap or cleanliness, something that lived in the deep places of the earth where sunlight never penetrated. Mixed with the musk was another odor that I gradually recognized as the smell of old blood. Not fresh kills, but the accumulated scent of countless hunts, countless victories over prey that had been less fortunate than we were proving to be. My lungs burned with the effort of maintaining our pace through the thick forest. Branches whipped across my face and arms, leaving stinging welts that I barely noticed in my desperation to reach safety. My legs felt like jelly, muscles trembling with exhaustion and terror in equal measure. But the alternative to keeping moving was too horrible to contemplate. The dogs began to exhibit behavior I had never seen before. Instead of running ahead as they normally would, they formed a protective formation around me, with Rusty taking point and the two smaller dogs covering our flanks. They moved with a unity of purpose that spoke of instincts awakened by the presence of a predator their ancestors would have recognized and feared. Pepper had stopped barking, reserving his energy for the run, but his silence was somehow more ominous than his previous panic. Bandit's small legs worked frantically to keep pace with his larger companions, his usual playful demeanor replaced by grim determination. These weren't pets anymore. They were pack animals facing a threat to their family, and their loyalty was both touching and terrifying. As we crashed through a particularly thick stand of saplings, I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. Something large and dark was moving through the trees behind us, barely visible between the thick trunks, but unmistakably there. It moved with a fluid grace that belied its size, flowing between obstacles that should have slowed it down. In that brief glimpse, I caught an impression of enormous height and impossible breadth, as if a shadow had taken physical form and learned to hunt. The sight sent a fresh wave of adrenaline coursing through my system, and I found reserves of speed I didn't know I possessed. The dirt road was close now. I could see patches of packed earth through the trees ahead. But our pursuer seemed to sense our impending escape, and the sounds of its approach took on a new urgency. Branches began to snap with increasing frequency behind us, and the rhythmic breathing grew so loud it seemed to fill the entire forest. Whatever was chasing us was no longer content to follow at a distance. It was closing in for what I could only assume would be the final confrontation. The smell had become overwhelming, a physical presence that made my eyes water and my stomach clench with nausea. It was the smell of something ancient and primal, something that belonged to an earlier age when humans were prey instead of predators. My body's reaction to the odor was beyond conscious control. Every cell screamed warnings that this was wrong, dangerous, utterly antithetical to human survival. The dirt road appeared through the trees like a vision of salvation, its packed earth surface gleaming dully in the filtered sunlight. But our relief was short-lived as the sounds behind us suddenly intensified, as if our pursuer had recognized our destination and was making a final desperate attempt to prevent our escape. The crashing through the underbrush became almost rhythmic, like the drumbeat of some primitive war dance. Whatever was following us was no longer making any attempt at stealth. It was announcing its presence with every step, every broken branch, every displaced stone. The psychological effect was devastating, a constant reminder that we were being hunted by something that felt no need to hide its intentions. As we burst from the tree line onto the road, I felt a moment of pure euphoria. We had made it to open ground, where whatever lurked in the shadows would be exposed and vulnerable. But my celebration was premature. The breathing sounds had not diminished with our emergence from the forest. If anything, they seemed closer than ever. The dogs were in full panic mode now, their earlier coordination dissolved into individual terror. Rusty ran in wide circles, unable to decide which direction offered the greatest safety. Pepper had resumed his frantic barking, but the sounds that emerged from his throat were unlike any noise I had ever heard him make. High-pitched yelps of pure fear that seemed to tear at the very air around us. Bandit had made his choice. The small terrier mix was running flat out toward the main road, his short legs pumping with desperate efficiency. His message was clear. Whatever was pursuing us was something that even the bravest dog wouldn't face. If Bandit was running, we all should be running. I stumbled after him, my legs shaking with exhaustion and terror. The dirt road stretched ahead of us like a lifeline, but it felt impossibly long. Each step seemed to take forever, as if I were running through thick syrup instead of air. Behind us, the sounds from the forest had taken on a new quality. Expectant, patient, as if our pursuer was content to let us exhaust ourselves before making its final move. The stench followed us onto the road, carried by a wind that seemed to blow from the heart of the mountain itself. It was getting stronger rather than weaker, and I realized with growing horror that whatever was producing that smell was keeping pace with us despite our desperate flight. The thought that something so large could move so quickly through dense forest filled me with a despair that threatened to overwhelm my remaining strength. My chest felt like it was on fire, each breath a struggle against lungs that seemed determined to shut down. The metallic taste of blood filled my mouth as my body began to rebel against the punishment I was inflicting on it. But the alternative to keeping moving was unthinkable. Whatever was behind us had demonstrated patience and intelligence, qualities that made it far more dangerous than any simple animal. The main road appeared ahead of us like a mirage, its asphalt surface promising the return to civilization and safety. Cars occasionally passed along its length, their occupants blissfully unaware of the drama playing out in the forest, just yards from their comfortable vehicles. The sight of those normal, everyday machines filled me with such longing that I nearly wept. But as we approached the road's edge, something changed in the forest behind us. The crashing sounds stopped abruptly, replaced by a silence so complete it felt unnatural. The sudden absence of pursuit was more unsettling than the chase itself had been, suggesting that our tormentor had either given up or had found a better position from which to observe us. The dogs felt it too. One by one, they slowed their desperate flight and turned to face the tree line we had just escaped. Their hackles remained raised, their bodies tense with readiness to flee again if necessary, but something in their posture suggested that the immediate danger had passed, that whatever had been hunting us had chosen to withdraw rather than expose itself to the open ground of the road. I reached the asphalt and collapsed onto its warm surface, my legs finally giving out from exhaustion and relief. The solid feel of human-made civilization beneath my body was the most beautiful sensation I had ever experienced. We had made it. We were safe. But as I lay there gasping for breath, I became aware of something that chilled me to the bone. The stench hadn't diminished with our escape from the forest. If anything, it seemed stronger than ever, as if its source was very close, perhaps even within sight of our position on the road. as I struggled to catch my breath on the warm asphalt. A new horror began to creep into my consciousness. The dogs hadn't relaxed despite our apparent escape. All three animals stood rigid with attention, their eyes fixed on the tree line we had just escaped. Their behavior suggested that whatever had pursued us was still there, still watching, still waiting. The silence that had replaced the sounds of pursuit was somehow more menacing than the chase itself had been. It was the silence of a predator that had achieved its desired position, the quiet of something that no longer needed to move because it had already won some game I didn't understand. The absence of sound pressed against my eardrums like physical weight, making me acutely aware of every small noise, my labored breathing, the dogs panting, the distant hum of traffic on the main road. But it was the smell that truly terrified me. The stench that had driven us from the forest hadn't diminished with distance. If anything, it seemed to be growing stronger. The wind carried it across the open space of the dirt road in waves, each gust bringing fresh assaults on my already traumatized senses. It was the smell of something that had no business existing in the modern world, something that belonged to nightmares and ancient fears. As my breathing gradually returned to normal, I became aware of a new sensation that made my skin crawl. I felt watched, not the casual observation of forest animals or the distant attention of passing motorists, but the focused, intense scrutiny of something with intelligence and malevolent intent. The feeling was so strong it was almost physical, like invisible fingers touching the back of my neck. Slowly, fighting every instinct that screamed at me to keep my eyes fixed on the safety of the road ahead, I turned to look back at the forest. The tree line appeared innocent enough in the gray afternoon light. Just another stand of pine and oak trees bordering a country road. But as my eyes adjusted to the shadows beneath the canopy, I began to make out something that didn't belong. Deep in the darkness between the trees, perhaps 50 yards from where we stood, something large and dark lurked just beyond the reach of clear vision. It wasn't moving, but it was undeniably there, a shadow within shadows that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The longer I stared, the more convinced I became that it was staring back. The dogs had noticed it too. Rusty's massive frame trembled with barely controlled aggression, his instincts torn between the desire to protect his pack and the wisdom that said this was not a fight he could win. Pepper had begun to whine again, a sound so filled with primal fear that it seemed to vibrate in harmony with the wrongness emanating from the forest. Whatever was watching us from the trees had achieved something that no wild animal had ever managed. It had stripped away millions of years of human evolution and reduced me to the level of prey. Every primitive survival instinct buried in my DNA was screaming warnings that this was a predator specifically designed to hunt things like me. The feeling was so overwhelming that I could barely think coherently. The shape in the shadows seemed to shift slightly, and for one terrifying moment, I thought I saw eyes. Not the reflective shine of normal animal vision, but something deeper and more intelligent. Something that recognized me as an individual rather than simply potential food. The gaze that met mine across the distance was calculating, patient, and utterly alien to anything I had ever encountered in nature. My legs began to shake again, not from exhaustion this time, but from the sheer psychological pressure of being studied by something that clearly viewed me as inferior. It was like being examined by a scientist. Except I was the specimen, and the conclusions being drawn about my capabilities and vulnerabilities were not comforting. The wind shifted, carrying another wave of that impossible stench across the open ground. The smell hit me like a physical blow, so intense and nauseating that I had to fight not to vomit right there on the road. But worse than the odor itself was what it represented. Proof that whatever was watching us from the trees was real, physical, and close enough to contaminate the air we were breathing. Time seemed to stretch as we faced each other across the divide between civilization and wilderness. I knew I should run, should put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever lurked in those shadows. But I found myself paralyzed by the intensity of its attention, trapped like a rabbit in headlights by something my brain couldn't properly process. The dogs made the decision for me. As if responding to some signal I couldn't perceive, all three animals suddenly bolted toward the main road. Their panic was so complete and immediate that it broke the spell holding me in place. Without conscious thought, I stumbled after them, my legs still shaky but responding to the urgent need for distance. We reached my house in a state of complete psychological collapse. The dogs immediately sought the safety of familiar territory, huddling together on the front porch, as if the presence of human civilization could somehow protect them from what we had encountered in the forest. Their behavior was unlike anything I had ever witnessed. These animals that had faced down bears and wild boars were reduced to trembling shadows of their former selves. It wasn't until I was safely inside, with the solid walls of my home between me and the forest, that I noticed the physical evidence of our ordeal. My jeans were soaked with blood from what I initially assumed were scratches from the desperate flight through thick underbrush. But as I examined the stains more carefully, a new horror began to dawn on me. The blood wasn't from cuts or scrapes. It was seeping through the fabric from inside my clothes, originating from somewhere on my body that showed no visible wounds. The realization that my own biology was betraying me in response to whatever we had encountered was almost more terrifying than the encounter itself. My body knew something my mind was still struggling to accept. In the bathroom, I discovered that my menstrual cycle had begun weeks ahead of schedule, a development that would have been embarrassing under normal circumstances, but now filled me with a dread I couldn't fully articulate. Some primitive part of my brain was connecting this biological response to the creature in the forest, suggesting implications that my rational mind refused to consider. The smell of my own fear was overwhelming in the small bathroom, a sharp, acidic scent of stress hormones and panic sweat that seemed to fill the entire room. But underneath my own odor, I could still detect traces of that impossible stench from the forest, as if it had somehow attached itself to my clothes and hair during our encounter. Sleep became impossible that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those shadows moving between the trees, felt the weight of that malevolent attention studying me across the distance. The memory of being watched by something that clearly viewed me as prey was etched into my consciousness with the permanence of acid on metal. The dogs refused to go outside after dark, huddling together in the living room with their eyes fixed on the windows that faced the forest. Their heightened alert state was infectious, turning every settling sound of the house into a potential threat. Even the familiar creaking of old wood seemed ominous in the aftermath of our encounter. My father noticed the change in our behavior, but attributed it to some minor adventure gone wrong. His attention was focused on his drinking and his own problems, leaving me to process the trauma alone. The isolation made everything worse, turning my memories of the encounter into a private hell that grew more vivid and terrifying with each passing hour. When morning finally came, I felt like I had aged years in a single night. The forest that had been my refuge for so many months now loomed beyond our windows like a green wall of malevolence. The trees that had once welcomed me with their peaceful presence now seemed to lean toward the house with obvious hunger, their branches reaching like gnarled fingers eager to reclaim their escaped prey. The dogs' behavior remained abnormal for weeks afterward. They would approach the edge of the yard closest to the forest, but would venture no closer. Their usual enthusiasm for our woodland adventures had been replaced by a deep wariness that suggested they remembered exactly what had happened and had no intention of repeating the experience. I tried to convince myself that we had simply encountered a bear or some other large predator, that fear and imagination had transformed a normal wildlife encounter into something supernatural. But the explanation felt hollow even to me. No bear had ever produced that level of terror in either the dogs or myself. No natural predator carried that impossible stench or generated that overwhelming sense of wrongness. The worst part was the lingering feeling of being marked somehow, as if our encounter had established some sort of connection between myself and whatever lurked in those woods. I found myself checking the tree line obsessively, searching for any sign of movement or watching eyes. The paranoia was exhausting. but I couldn't shake the conviction that something was still paying attention to me. Weeks passed before I could bring myself to venture anywhere near the forest again, and when I finally did, it was only to retrieve a ball that had rolled too close to the tree line during a backyard game. The dog's reaction was immediate and violent. All three animals began barking and howling with such intensity that neighbors came outside to see what was wrong. That winter, my father and stepmother separated, and our family life disintegrated into a series of custody arrangements and divided loyalties. The chaos of divorce proceedings forced us to move away from the mountain house, severing my connection to the woods that had been both sanctuary and nightmare. Part of me was relieved to put distance between myself and whatever still watched from those shadows, but another part felt like I was abandoning unfinished business. Years passed. I finished high school, went to college, started a career, and built an adult life far from the mountains of West Virginia. But the memory of that autumn day never faded. If anything, it grew stronger with time, taking on the crystalline clarity that trauma sometimes achieves in memory. Every detail remained vivid: the stench, the breathing sounds, the weight of malevolent attention across the distance. It wasn't until I was in my 20s, watching a nature documentary about undiscovered species and unexplained phenomena, that I began to find a framework for understanding what had happened to me. The program featured interviews with biologists and anthropologists, discussing reports of large, undiscovered primates in remote areas of North America. The descriptions from witnesses matched my own experience with terrifying accuracy. The documentary mentioned how such creatures seemed particularly drawn to women during certain biological cycles, how they demonstrated intelligence and territorial behavior that went beyond normal animal responses. Most disturbing of all, it described how these entities appeared to mark their territory through scent and would sometimes track specific individuals across considerable distances. The implications of this information sent me into a spiral of research that consumed months of my free time. I read every scientific paper, every eyewitness account, every theory about what might exist in the deep wilderness of North America. The more I learned, the more convinced I became that what we had encountered was something that science hadn't yet acknowledged, but that had been sharing our world for far longer than we liked to admit. I never returned to those woods, though I sometimes drove past them during visits to my father's new home. The forest looked the same from the safety of a moving car, just trees and shadows and the normal landscape of rural America. But I could never bring myself to stop, never felt brave enough to walk those paths again. The dogs never fully recovered from that day. Rusty developed an anxiety disorder that made him panic at unexpected sounds. Pepper became aggressive towards strangers in a way that was completely out of character. Bandit simply aged rapidly, as if the stress of that encounter had accelerated his biological clock. Sometimes, on particularly quiet nights when the wind is still and the world seems to hold its breath, I catch traces of that smell on the air. It's probably just imagination, probably just my traumatized memory playing tricks on me. But deep down, in the part of my brain that still remembers what it feels like to be prey, I know better. Whatever is out there is still out there. It's still watching, still waiting, still marking its territory with the scent of ancient hunger. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I carry the knowledge that it remembers me too. That on a gray autumn day when I was 14 years old, I became part of its world in a way that no amount of distance or time can ever completely erase. The mountains keep their secrets well, but sometimes those secrets keep us too. And on nights when the darkness presses close and the familiar world seems thin, I remember the weight of eyes that saw me not as a person, but as something to be studied, tracked, and perhaps eventually claimed. The truth is that we share this world with things we don't understand, things that watch us from the spaces between what we call civilization. And once you've felt their attention, once you've smelled their ancient musk and heard their breathing in the darkness, you carry that knowledge forever, a burden and a warning that some boundaries should never be crossed. I tell this story not to frighten, but to remember. Because in a world that grows smaller and more mapped every day, it's important to acknowledge that there are still mysteries in the shadows, Still things that science hasn't cataloged and civilization hasn't tamed. And sometimes, on autumn days when the light falls just right through the trees, those mysteries notice us back.